Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagod here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up. Let me know whether I'm audible or not. Done? Okay, thanks a lot. So last week, that's on Friday, what we have done? We started with a discussion on GDP, that is National Income Aggregates. Do people remember? We started with the concept of the GDP, Gross Domestic Product, right? What is Gross Domestic Product? Simple. It is the market price of all the final goods and services which are produced in a country, in a territory. In India, who publishes the GDP data? NSO, National Statistic Office. Right? This functions under Ministry of Statistics. And the method to calculate GDP, that's where we actually started last week, that is Friday. There are three methods, production method or output method, the expenditure method and the income method. Under all the three, you should have only one value of GDP. We calculate and publish GDP for every quarter. We calculate for full financial year as well. But just remember this, just a factual information now. Whenever you calculate quarter-wise GDP, we are always comparing the growth rate of this quarter with the same quarter in the previous financial year. I repeat, whenever we are calculating GDP growth rate, we are comparing two quarters, same quarters in two different financial years, consecutive financial years. That is, let's say quarter 3 of current financial year with quarter 3 of previous financial year, quarter 4 of current financial year with quarter 4 of previous financial year. So always compare with the same quarter of the previous financial year. That is how you will be able to come to know what is quarter-wise GDP growth rate. Okay, then there is basically the concept of NDP, Net Domestic Product. What is this Net Domestic Product? Some of the capital, right, some of the production that is done will be used for consumption of previous capital or replacement of old capital. So we want to find out how much of the capital is getting added, how much of the capital is basically replacing existing capital. That's the reason we calculate one more parameter, Net Domestic Product. And third one is Gross National Product. What is this Gross National Product? Simple. In Gross National Product, we are trying to find out how much is the value of goods and services which are produced by nationals of a country, nationals. And that is Indian citizens, either within India or outside India. Then there is a concept of NNP. And I told you, when you keep on moving from GDP to, let's say, NNP, we are getting better quality data. As and when we are keep on calculating all of this, we are getting better quality data. Net National Product, that is market price of all the final goods and services which are produced by nationals of a country after accounting for depreciation. And even this NNP again will purify it and get NNP at factor cost. Then we have discussed per capita income, how per capita income is calculated. In fact, I've given you a table, right? A table is there from the recent data published by NSO. Please do not by heart the table, because right after one more quarter, it will change. After two more quarters, again, it will change. It will keep on changing. Please do not by heart it. Done. So that is what we have discussed. After that, what we have done? Counter-cyclical policy, pro-cyclical policy. Right at the fag end of the discussion last week, we were discussing that only. Counter-cyclical policy, pro-cyclical policy. And before that, we have discussed a virtuous cycle and a vicious cycle. And I'm pretty sure all of you know this by now. We always prefer to have a virtuous cycle, not a vicious cycle in the economy. If there's a vicious cycle, unemployment rate goes up, right? Let's say the demand for goods and services will go up. The GDP will start shrinking. That is, you might experience a slowdown or a recession or a depression in the country. Investment is very, very low, etc. Right? Then there is a virtuous cycle. Right? You will get very good growth rate. You will have a higher demand, higher supply. Production is happening, right? GDP is increasing, right? Etc. etc. That is a virtuous cycle. Then in addition to this, we have discussed the concept of pro-cyclical, counter-cyclical. And I hope, remember, we have proved that it is better to have a counter-cyclical policy. Government should have counter-cyclical policy rather than having pro-cyclical policy. Because let's say there is an expansion in the economy, government will follow a pro-cyclical policy that could contribute to inflation. Do you remember or not? Right? If there is expansion in the economy and the government will go for a pro-cyclical policy, that could lead to inflation in the market. Whereas if there is a recession in the economy and government follows a pro-cyclical policy, it could lead to depression. It could further lead to recession, which leads to depression in the economy. That's a precise reason why we generally say it should generally follow a concept of counter-cyclical policy to stabilize the economy. When there is very high demand, remove some of the demand, that is reduce your expenditure, impose a higher taxation, so that automatically the demand will come down. And when there is let's say a slowdown or recession in the economy, increase your investment, reduce the taxes, so that the demand will increase, production will increase. That is what we have discussed. Questions are there. We'll pick it up questions, or we'll pick up the questions after this chapter, not in the beginning itself. Okay, now let me start. The next chapter that we are going to start today is the concept of inflation. The idea of inflation. Now, what is inflation? We already have discussed. We have seen the definition. Today, let's try and understand in detail. Now, what are the points I'll be covering under the chapter? We'll start with the definition again in the inflation. What are the types of inflation? The WPI as well as CPI. Flexible inflation targeting FIT. Effect of inflation. How do you control inflation? What are the other concepts related to inflation? For example, some of you might have come across the term stagflation. We'll discuss that today. Right? You must have come across the term, right? The headline inflation, core inflation, etc., etc. We'll understand all of it. Then there is a Phillips curve. Then there is a GDP deflator. And if you remember earlier, when I was discussing the concept of the GDP, there was one point. The base year for the calculation of GDP, I repeat, the base year for the calculation of GDP is 11 and 12. We'll understand the concept of base year when I take up GDP deflator. And when I'm discussing WPI, CPI, you will very often come across the term base year. Do not worry about it. I hope you understand. Do not worry about it. What is base year? Why do we use base year, etc.? We'll understand when I discuss concept of GDP deflator. And finally, we'll pick up questions on it. Let's start. What is inflation? All of you know this definition by now. Inflation is the persistent rise in the price level of basket of commodities. I told you last week, whenever you talk about inflation, we are simply measuring by how much percentage the price level of basket of commodity. Basket means what? Group of commodities. By how much percentage the price level of basket of commodities have increased. For example, we are in the month of March. Anybody has a problem with this? Anybody is still sleepy and thinks, no sir, we have already entered April or something of that sort? We are in the month of March. So in the month of March, compared to last year, simple, compared to last year, that is we are in the year 2023, right? In 2022, what was the price level for basket of commodities? And in this month, what is the price level of basket of commodities? I'll take a simple number here, simple number. Imagine for group of commodities back in 2022, in the month of March, the price was 100 rupee. Now it has increased to 110 rupee. 110 rupees. Now, don't you think the price level for the basket of commodities has gone up in the last 1 year? Of course, yes. The numbers are there right in front of you. So when the price level for the basket or the group of commodities goes up, this situation is referred to as inflation. This phenomenon is referred to as inflation. And this generally happens. It happens in the economy. Why it will happen? Give me some time. It happens. For example, in the last couple of weeks, if you have read the newspapers, you would have come across this article. The wholesale price index, it is higher in India. The CPI, consumer price index, it is higher in India. Now do not type what is CPI, what is WPI. We'll discuss it. Right? But when you talk about WPI, when you talk about CPI, what does it mean? The price level for basket of commodities has actually gone up. And whenever the price levels will go up, this is referred to as inflation. This is basically the phenomenon of inflation. Now, what are the types of inflation? Generally, we classify inflation under two classifications. One, based on the rate of inflation, based on the causes of inflation. Now, when you say based on the rate of inflation, what kind of classification do we use? One is called as a moderate rate of inflation. Second one is galloping rate of inflation. And the third one is referred to as a hyperinflation. Is it okay? One is a moderate, second one is galloping, and the third one is hyperinflation. What do you mean by moderate rate of inflation? Whenever a country experiences, I'm using the term country. Instead of country, can I use the term economy? Let me know. Whenever I use the term country, can I use the term economy? So whenever an economy experiences a very low rate of inflation, whenever an economy uses or experiences a very low rate of inflation, what do you mean by low rate of inflation? Let's say 1% rate of inflation is there. 1% rate means what? From last year to this year, price levels have increased by only 1%. Or 2% rate of inflation, or 6% rate of inflation. So whenever an economy experiences a very, very low rate of inflation, that is called as a moderate rate of inflation. And within moderate also, you can generally divide those rates into two types. One is called as a creeping rate of inflation, and second one is a walking rate of inflation. Creeping and walking. Creeping generally means whenever the rate of inflation is very, very slow. I repeat, whenever the rate of inflation is very low. How low? Let's say 1% or 2%. Right? I repeat, whenever the rate of inflation is very, very low, right? Either 1% or 2% like this, generally around 2%. That is called as a creeping rate of inflation. Whereas if the rate of inflation is more than that, let's say 3%, 6%, 9%, 8.3%, that is called as a walking rate of inflation. Right? So one is creeping. Creeping means very, very slow change in the inflation rate. Right? That is a creeping. Second one is a walking. Right? Let's say 6%. For example, in case of India, the rate of inflation we are observing is a moderate rate of inflation. Any difficulty? Right? The rate of inflation that we are observing, and when I say rate of inflation, please understand, for you, for me, for government, for RBI, we are talking about CPI. Do not worry, we'll cover it in detail. Just give me some time. We are talking about CPI. Right? That is the most important policy, the most important inflation rate for you, CPI. So moderate means whenever, right, whenever the rate of inflation is in a single digit number, that is below 10%, that is called as a moderate rate of inflation. Galloping rate of inflation. Rate of inflation goes above 10%. 2-digit numbers, 3-digit numbers. Can I give you current affairs examples? Sri Lanka, Pakistan. Have you not seen these particular countries experiencing double-digit inflation rates? Double-digit. Sri Lanka experienced, right, let's say 25% inflation rate. Right, experienced 18% inflation rate. Same applicable to Pakistan also. At one point of time, the inflation rate in Pakistan had gone beyond 25%. So argument is simple. Whenever inflation rate goes above 10%, that is in a double-digit numbers or a triple-digit number, that is called as a galloping rate of inflation. Okay, galloping rate of inflation. Third one is referred to as a hyperinflation. Third one is referred to as hyperinflation. What is this hyperinflation? whenever inflation is a very, very large number, very big number, and there is no definition for it, there is no fixed number for it. Understand this carefully. There is no fixed number. They will not give you, let's say, exactly this is the number when you call it as a hyperinflation. For example, if a country experiences, let's say, 2 lakh% inflation, is it a very large number or not? If a country experiences 80,000 percentage rate of inflation, is it a large number or not? Of course, yes. And do we have any examples of this? Yes. In the last couple of years, Venezuela has actually experienced hyperinflation. So understand the logic here. Simple classification. Whenever inflation rate is very low, in single digits, we call it as a moderate rate of inflation. Whenever inflation enters into double digits or triple digits, we'll refer to this as a galloping rate of inflation. And whenever inflation rates are very, very high, right, very high, these are referred to as hyperinflation. Right? This is one classification. This is one classification of inflation. Another classification, which is much more important, for civil services for you, focus on this. We can simply classify this inflation as a supply side inflation, technically referred to as a cost push inflation, and a demand side inflation, which is referred to as a demand pull inflation. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. We can refer to this as a cost push inflation because from the cost side, the prices are increasing. And the other type is a demand pull inflation, wherein the aggregate demand in the market is increasing, contributing to inflation. Sir, how is that possible? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine there are only 10 kgs of onion in the market. Is it okay? Imagine there are only 10 kgs of onion in the market. All of you will go to the market and total demand, right? All of you want to purchase onion, doesn't matter. Okay. So all of you want to purchase onion. Now all of you will go to the market and put together, everybody wants to purchase 100 kgs of onion. So have a look at this. Demand is 100 kgs and the supply is how much? 10 kgs. A simple question to you. When the demand is so high compared to supply, what do you think will happen to the price of onion? Is it okay? When the demand is so high compared to the supply of onion, what do you think will happen to the price of onion? Imagine you are selling the onion. Again, just a hypothetical example. Don't say, sir, I want to become IAS officer, but you are making me a vegetable vendor. Right? So you want to sell this onion. You know that the demand is very high. Will you sell it at 20 rupees per kg? Absolutely no. You will sell it at 80 rupees per kg, 90 rupees per kg, 100 rupees per kg, because people have sufficient money. Understand this. People have lot of money. People have money and they will be using this money to purchase the goods. And as a result of this, what will happen? The prices of the commodities in the market will go up. Now, I'll put it in a statement. Let me know if you disagree. So the inflation in the market can happen if there is a lot of money supply in the market, which will lead to higher demand in the market. I will repeat the statement. The inflation can happen if there is a lot of money supply in the market. That is, the money supply in the market is very high. People have a lot of money and they will use it to demand more and more goods and services, and that will cause inflation in the market. Any difficulty in understanding this? This is basically referred to as a demand pull inflation. This is referred to as a demand pull inflation. Why this is referred to as a demand pull inflation? Simple. The aggregate demand, aggregate means total. The aggregate demand in the economy is very high. Why is the aggregate demand very high? People have lot of money. This is called as a money supply. Simple. All of us have lot of money. We all have huge amount of money. And when everybody has lot of money, what will we do? We'll go to the market, try to purchase goods and services. That is what most of us do. right? So whenever the demand goes up, it will pull the prices up. I'll repeat it. Whenever the demand goes up, it will pull the prices up. And because the demand is pulling up the prices, this is called as a demand pull inflation. This is one example. Let me come to the other side. And in fact, we have discussed this also last week. Imagine you are a manufacturer. You want to sell this bottle at 100 rupees. You want to sell the bottle at 100 rupees. Now, earlier you purchased, let's say, steel at 40 rupees. And including your profit, etc., you wanted to sell it at 100. Now, the price of the steel goes up from 40 rupees to, let's say, 60 rupees. The price of the steel increases from 40 rupees to 60 rupees. A simple question to all of you. Will you even now sell it at 100 rupees? Will you now sell the product, that is the bottle, at 100 rupees? If you say, yes, sir, I will do that, then you are going to incur losses. And I hope you understand, you are not in the business to incur losses. You want to earn profit. So what you will do? You will increase the market price of the product. Now, when the market price of the product increases, don't you think the whole basket cost will increase? And when the cost of the basket will increase, that is nothing but inflation. But please focus on this very carefully. You are looking at two situations. Where the prices are increasing. That is nothing but inflation. But in both of the examples, what is causing inflation is different. What is causing inflation? In the example one, it is the demand which is causing inflation. And in the example 2, there are certain factors on the supply side. Supply side means the one who is manufacturing and supplying. There are various factors on the supply side which is causing inflation. So whenever the demand side will cause inflation, we'll refer to this as a demand pull inflation. Whenever supply side will cause inflation, we'll refer to this as a cost push inflation. Right? Any difficulty, please do let me know. I've not yet entered into the examples for each one of them. Right? This is a basic idea of a cost push and demand pull. Now let me ask you a simple question. Think of it and answer. What if the crude oil prices will go up? What if the crude oil prices will go up? It will cause supply side inflation or a demand side inflation? That is it a cost push or demand pull? I'll repeat it. If the crude oil prices will go up, is it cost push or demand pull? Right? It is a cost push. Focus on what I'm discussing. Some of you are worried about what I've written in this part as well as this part. Focus on what I'm discussing first. Okay? Let me ask you a second question. If there is no rainfall in India, I'm taking extreme examples so that you will quickly understand it. Okay? If there is no rainfall in India, will it cause cost push or a demand pull? Will it cause cost push or a demand pull? If there is no rainfall in India, some of you are confused here. It will cause cost push inflation. It will cause cost push inflation. Why? It will affect supply. Simple. It will affect supply. If there is no rainfall in India, my dear, you tell me what will be cultivated. What will be cultivated? You tell me. Right? What can you cultivate? Some of you are saying demand pull and most of you said demand pull. How? Demand pull means income should increase. Is it okay? Demand pull means incomes should increase. Now tell me, if there is no rainfall, do you think farmers' income will increase? How? What is your logic? What is the logic, you tell me, behind that? So argument is, if there is no rainfall, right, agriculture sector, no production. If there is no production, what will happen to supply? Right? What will happen to supply? Supply will go down. And when the supply will go down, what will happen to prices? Prices will automatically start going up. Okay, right? So that is the basic idea here. That's the basic idea. Find out, simple argument, right? Find out whether this factor is going to apply to supply side or a demand side. It is going to have an impact on the supply or demand side. Then decide whether it will cause a demand pull inflation or cost push inflation. Let me ask you a third example. Let me ask you a very simple third example. Imagine all the people in India will get jobs. I hope you understand. Imagine all the people in India will get jobs. And when all of us will get the jobs, what will happen to the incomes? Incomes will increase. Now, when the incomes will increase, is it a supply side or a demand side? Right? It is a demand side. Okay, so argument is very simple. Do not complicate these things. Do not complicate these things. Whenever the factor is going to have an impact on the supply side, it is cost push. Whenever it is going to have an impact on the demand side, demand pull. Right? Now, let me enter into details here. Let me enter into the detailed examples here. First one, increased money supply in the economy. Whenever the money supply means what? How much money is getting circulated in the economy. If that money supply goes up, automatically we say that it could cause inflation. So how? How it will cause inflation? Let me ask you a very simple question. If you are able to get a loan at a very low rate of interest, right? Imagine earlier ROI means a rate of interest. Earlier you wanted to take a loan, the rate of interest was 6%. Now the rate of interest has fallen down to 4%. Just think, just apply common sense, you'll understand it. If the rate of interest will fall, will reduce from 6% to 4%, what do you think will happen to the number of loans taken? Right? What do you think will happen to loans in the market? Don't you think people will take more and more loans? Does it make sense or not? Right? People will take personal loans, people will take housing loans, people will take four-wheeler, two-wheeler, etc., etc. And when borrowers will keep on taking all of these loans, what will happen to the demand in the market? What will happen to the demand in the market? Demand automatically in the market will go up. Right? And that might cause demand pull inflation. So whenever there is a higher money supply in the economy, whenever there is a very high amount of money supply in the economy, cheaper rate of interest, people have lot of money to spend now, it will contribute to demand. Second, growing economy and rising incomes. That is, let's say Indian economy experiences expansion. And last week we have discussed this. Indian economy experiences expansion. And when you experience expansion, jobs generated will increase. People will have more and more salaries now. And when people earn more income, what will happen to demand? What will happen to demand? Demand automatically will increase in the market. Third one, increased government expenditure. Increased government expenditure. Let me give a very simple example. Today, let's say after the class is over, right? After the class is over, government will announce, you will come across the newspaper article where government is announcing, hypothetically, that every Indian will get 10,000 rupees in their bank account. Everybody in India will get 10,000 rupees in their bank account. Point number one. Because government is providing 10,000 rupees to all of us, will the government expenditure increase or not? Right? I hope you understand. Will the government expenditure increase or not? Yes. Any difficulty in understanding this? Point number two. If all of us will have 10,000 rupees, you tell me, what will you do with the 10,000 rupees? Will you not go to the market and start purchasing goods and services? Will it contribute to the demand or not? Of course, yes. Now, some of you will say, but sir, government is not giving me 10,000. It may not give you 10,000, but there are various types of schemes. Various types of schemes or welfare programs which are run by the government, where government will contribute or government will give money to people. Can I give you one example? Can I give you one example? Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. Tell me, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. There is the initiative of Government of India, PM Kisan scheme. Under PM Kisan scheme, annually Government of India transfers or provides 6,000 rupees worth of income support to all the farmers in India. I repeat, right? Government of India annually will provide 6,000 rupees as income support. Income support means addition to income, right? To every farmer in India. Is it the only scheme? Of course, no. There are many, many more schemes. So argument is, when government expenditure will increase, when government will provide this kind of, let's say, transfers to the people, we expect that it will cause inflation in the market. And finally, expectations. Inflation expectations. What is this inflation expectation? Imagine today you will go to the market. Onion price has increased by 10 rupees compared to last year or last week itself. I'll repeat it. Today you will go to the market, right? Today you will go to the market, and compared to last week, the onion price has already increased by 10 rupees. Now tell me, will you purchase onion which is sufficient for 1 week or more? Let me see. How do you actually think? Will you purchase onion which is sufficient for 1 week and again you will come back to the market next week, or you will purchase more onion? What do? You will purchase more, right? Don't say, sir, I'll purchase only for 1 week. You will purchase more. If you don't trust me, ask your parents. If you have gone to the market, you will only automatically answer. If you have not yet had an experience of purchasing agriculture commodities, ask your parents, they will tell you. Why? What is the reason? Reason is simple. You expect expectation. You expect that in the next week, onion prices would have increased by 10 more rupees. I hope you understand this. In the future, you are expecting that because the last week's experience is what? Price has increased. So your expectation is that they would further go up. So as a result of this, what will happen? You might change your demand right now. Rather than purchasing, let's say 1 kg, you will end up purchasing 2 kgs of onion in the market. Now, when you start purchasing more and more because you expect the market to behave in a certain way, you expect a market to behave in a certain way, it will contribute to inflation. And right, this basically is a demand side. That's the reason we'll call all of these as a types or as a contributors to demand pull inflation. Any difficulty in understanding any one of them, please do let me know. Any difficulty, I'll number them so that you understand it. 1, 2, 3 and 4. So all these 4 are basically contributing to the higher demand in the market, hence right, contributing to demand pull inflation. Let me come to the other side now. Let me come to the other side. Cost push inflation. Second point. If all of us start earning better incomes, second point is simply, if economy expands means what? The companies are performing well. There is a higher demand in the market. Production is higher. All of us will get jobs. And when we get the jobs, will our income increase? Will we earn more and more? Of course, yes. Right? When we earn more, automatically, right, it will cause a higher demand in the market. Higher demand in the market. Okay. Now, come to the cost push. Come to the other side, cost push. Increased money supply and increased government's expenditure are one and the same? No, both are not one and the same. Both are not one and the same. Trust me, both are not one and the same. Okay, come to the other side. Right? Later you will understand it. Don't worry. When we look at banking, first one could be talking about banking only. Right? In fact, I told you the same thing. Rate of interest. Rate of interest is applicable to banking sector. That's what I gave you an example. Okay, come to this side now. Cost push inflation. Now, what if the cost of wages that you provide? What if the cost of raw materials that you purchase? Right? If these will start increasing, will it not contribute to inflation? Right? Same example, I've already given it. If the steel prices will go up, if the plastic price will go up, automatically will not have any option but to increase the price of the product. But the contributor who is contributing to inflation, it is a supply side. Because the cost is going up, we'll refer to this as a cost push inflation. So whenever cost of raw materials, cost of labor, etc. will go up, it will contribute to inflation. Second, rate of interest on the loans. Now do not be confused here. Do not be confused. On one side, I've discussed a rate of interest on consumer loans. Consumer loans means the ones that we take to purchase consumer products. Car, TV, washing machine, etc. Come to the other side. Imagine you're a manufacturer now. Focus on the discussion. Imagine you're a manufacturer. You want to manufacture the bottle. You will take loan from a bank. Until now, on the loan, you are paying 4% rate of interest. I repeat, until now, you are paying 4% rate of interest. Now the bank will give loan, but not at 4%, at 7% rate of interest. You're a manufacturer. You will take a loan, but rather than paying 4%, now you will pay 7% rate of interest. Simple question to you. Will you still sell the bottle at 100 rupees? Just think of it. Will you still sell the bottle at 100 rupees? You should not. You should not, by the way. If you disagree, that basically means fundamentally you are not clear with this. You should not. Why? One of the prices that you're paying, right, or one of the costs that you're incurring is the rate of interest. Now, if the rate of interest goes up, rather than paying 4 rupees on a loan of 100, you are paying 7 rupees interest. How can you sell the bottle at the same price? No, you should not sell it. You should increase the price of the bottle. Is it okay? You should increase the price of the bottle. So whenever the rate of interest on the loans which are given to manufacturers or the companies will go up, that can contribute to higher manufacturing cost, higher market prices contributing to inflation. Increased indirect taxes, higher indirect taxes. Now do not worry about the long form, right? How it is imposed, how it is collected, who gets how much. Don't worry about GST right now. Let's say hypothetically today the bottle price is 100 plus government will impose a 10 rupee GST. Okay, I'll repeat it. Government price, the bottle price is 100. Government will impose a 10 rupee GST. Now tomorrow government will increase the GST from 10 rupee to 20 rupee. So what will happen to the market price for the bottle? Yesterday it was 100 plus 10, 110 rupees. Tomorrow it is 100 plus 20, 120. Will the basket cost more now? Will the group of commodities, will they become more costly? Of course the answer is yes. That is basically causing inflation in the market. That is going to contribute to inflation in the market. Next, supply shock. I'll discuss last three. Carefully understand this. Let's go one by one. Right, a supply shock. What is a supply shock? I took an example. Imagine there is no rainfall. Right, I hope you understand this. Supply shock means there is certain event. There is a certain event that is going to cause a disruption in the economy. I hope you understand this. There is a certain event, right? There is something going to happen in the economy which will cause a lot of disturbance. On which side? On the supply side. And because it is causing disturbance, right, this is basically going to contribute to inflation. Sir, any example of this? I'll give a very simple example. Follow this. Follow this very carefully. All of you heard of OPEC? All of you heard of OPEC or not? What is OPEC? Oil producing and exporting countries. OPEC accounts for a huge amount of crude oil supply in the market. I repeat, OPEC accounts for a huge amount of crude oil supplied in the market. Now, OPEC is basically a group of countries. OPEC is basically a group of countries. Now I'll discuss two very important aspects here. First one, Russia-Ukraine war. All of these are connected. Russia-Ukraine war. Now, how many of you think Russia will go to war with other countries every day? I hope you understand this. How many of you think countries such as Russia will start a war with other countries every day? Right? Today they will fight war with Ukraine. Right after tomorrow they will fight war with India. After a couple of days they will start a war with USA. No, one-off event. Right? In decades these kind of things will happen. Now have a look at this very carefully. I am discussing two very important aspects here. I'll start from this side. Russia attacking Ukraine. Don't you think it is an event? Don't you think it is an event? And when this event has taken place, what has happened to the global supply of various commodities? What has happened to the global supply of various commodities? For example, what has happened to wheat supply? What has happened to the supply of wheat? Wheat supply has got disrupted. Right? It came down. Why? Ukraine was a major exporter of wheat. And when two countries are fighting war, focus is not on exports. Focus is on fighting of the war. What about fertilizer supply? What happened to supply of fertilizers? It also went down. What happened to the crude oil supply? What happened to crude oil supply? The crude oil supply also went down because Russia is one of the major exporter of crude oil. So now have a look at this. Have a look at this. There is one event which is suddenly going to have an impact on supply in the market, which is going to suddenly disrupt supply side in the market. And looking at all of these three examples that I've given here, right? Three commodities examples that I've given here, don't you think because of all of this, inflation can be caused? Let me know if you disagree. Because of all of this, inflation can be caused. But please understand, this is not a normal event. This is not normal. Suddenly there is an event because of which supply is getting disturbed. Supply is getting disrupted. This kind of inflation is basically referred to as a supply shock inflation. This type of inflation is referred to as a supply shock inflation. Any difficulty, please do let me know. I'll come to the other side in the slide. Let me come to the other side. OPEC. What is OPEC? Oil producing exporting countries. And OPEC is basically a group. Group of what? Group of oil producers. Group of oil producers. How many countries are there? 13 countries are there. India is not part of it. By the way, India is not part of OPEC. Now have a look at this. Whenever there is a group of producers, whenever there is a group of producers or suppliers like this is called as a cartel. Right? Whenever there is a group of producers or suppliers, a group, it is called as a cartel. Cartelization in India is not allowed. I hope you understand this. We are not allowing any type of a cartel in India. It is illegal. You are not supposed to form a cartel. So what do you mean by that? Imagine there are three cement manufacturers, A, B and C. Imagine there are three cement manufacturers, A, B and C. All of them are supposed to work independently and as competitors. Right? They are supposed to work independently and as competitors. But if all the three form a group, if all the three start coordinating with each other in terms of pricing, in terms of production, in terms of supply, that's a cartel, by the way. That's a cartel. So cartel is nothing but group of producers or suppliers. And we do not allow formation of cartels in India. Why? Cartels, if they are formed, these are very dangerous. Let me focus on OPEC, automatically you'll understand. I said OPEC is a group of 13 countries. Is it okay? OPEC is a group of 13 countries which are major suppliers of crude oil in the market. Now let's say tomorrow OPEC will have a meeting and they will decide we will reduce production. Simple. Tomorrow they will have a meeting and they will decide we will reduce production. If they reduce production, what do you think will happen to supply? Supply of this commodity in the market will go down. If the supply will go down, demand is already very high for it, what will happen to prices? Tell me, what will happen to prices? The prices automatically will start increasing. And please remember this, India is a major importer of crude oil. I hope you understand this. India imports a huge amount of crude oil. Sir, how much? How much do we import? Around 85%. Is it okay? Right, around 85%. Around 85% of our requirement of crude oil we import from the global market. And if in the international market the prices of these crude oil will start going up, it will have a huge impact on India. It will have a huge burden on Indian government. Any problem with why cartel is wrong? Right, same thing can happen here also. 3 cement companies, A, B and C. I hope you understand this. A, B and C, these are cement manufacturers and suppliers. And cement is needed in the economy. Right? You should not have any doubt. Cement is required in the economy. Now tell me if all the 3 will decide to cut their production. Same argument. All the 3 will decide to cut their production, reduce the supply in the market. What will happen to prices? Prices automatically will start going up. It will automatically start going up, right? And when the prices will start going up, right, that will contribute to inflation. That is why we say cartelization is not allowed. Cartelization in India is illegal. Is there any authority which will look at these kind of cases? If there is a possibility of a cartel, is there any authority which will look into these cases? Please remember this. We have an authority by the name of Competition Commission of India. Competition Commission of India, CCI. Competition Commission of India. Right, Competition Commission of India was set up or was proposed under the Act of 2002. There is an act, Competition Commission Act of 2002. And under the Competition Commission Act of 2002, we have a statutory body which looks into any cases of cartelization in the Indian economy. And let's say hypothetically, this is one of the case. And the Competition Commission of India has found that all these 3 manufacturers are in a cartel. They have formed a group like this. They are limiting production, thereby affecting the prices in the market. The Competition Commission of India will impose penalties on all of them. The CCI has a right or has the power of imposing penalties on all the participants in a cartel. Any example? Many examples are there. Cement manufacturers in India have been penalized. Civil aviation companies, that is the companies which are providing flight services to you, have been penalized. Car manufacturers have been penalized. I hope you understand this. All these are some of the basic points related to cartelization. Any difficulty in this? Please do let me know. CCI is a statutory body. Yes, statutory body means government passes a law, right? And once the law is passed, it will be referred to as an act. Polity is over for you. It should be very easy for you now, right? The government of India has introduced a bill, gets it passed in the parliament. Now it is called as an act. So we have an act. Under the act, there is a provision to set up this authority, hence called as statutory body. Okay, can I go to the next one here? Please tell, can decrease in price of commodity cause of demand pull inflation? My dear, you tell me, if the prices of the commodities decrease, will you call this as inflation? Simple question to you. Simple question, by the way. If the prices of the commodities decreases, is it called as inflation? How? And how? Please understand. Follow the basics. Follow the basics here. Okay. So supply shock inflation, I've taken care of it. The cartelization also I've taken care of it. Let me go to structural inflation. Let me go to structural inflation now. What is the structural inflation? Let me start with example first. Let me start with an example. Here is a manufacturer. You have manufactured the bottle. Simple. You have manufactured the bottle. You want to sell it in a market. Imagine this particular market is, let's say, 1000 kilometers away. Simple examples, 1000 kilometers away. Now, can I go point by point? Point number one, it simply means you'll have to transport. You'll have to move the goods, you'll have to transport the goods. Now, whenever there's a the context of transportation, we will use a term called as logistics. Remember this. We will use the term logistics. Okay, the idea of a logistics. What is logistics? Logistics refers to set of activities. Simple. It refers to set of activities which are done to move the goods. To move the goods. Please remember this particular term. Right? After 2 weeks, I'll use the term logistics. Many of you will ask me, what is logistics? After 1 week, I'll say logistics costs are very high in India. Many of you will ask me, sir, why logistics costs are very high? Please remember it right now. What is logistics? These are referring to set of activities. Certain activities that are supposed to be undertaken, that are supposed to be done to move the good. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what kind of activities? I'll give you examples. Let me know if you disagree. When you manufacture the bottle, you will have to package the product. You will have to package the product. You will have to transport the product. You will also have to warehouse the product. Warehouse or storage. Any problem here? Right, whenever you have manufactured a bottle, you want to ensure that the product will be sold in the market. You want to ensure that the bottle will reach the market. What kind of activities are involved? You will package the product. You will pack the product. You will basically transport the product. You will store or warehouse the product. Can I call all of these as part of logistics? Can I call all these as a part of logistics? Right? Answer is yes. Right? Please understand, logistics is a bigger term. Logistics is a very big term. Under that, multiple activities are there. But the most important in the sense, if imagine you'll manufacture the bottle, the packaging is done, transportation is done, and warehousing is done. For all of it, you will have to pay money. Is the logic okay? For all of it, you will have to pay money. Let's say you will pay 10 rupees for logistics. You will pay 10 rupees for the logistics. But if you find out of this 10 rupee, how much was for packaging, how much was for transportation, how much for warehousing, you will realize that somewhere around 60% plus. Somewhere around 60% plus is because of transportation. Right? Somewhere around 60% plus of the logistics cost is because of the transportation itself. Now, why should you understand all of it? Come to the argument here. Come to the argument. You are a manufacturer. You want to move the product and sell it in the market. What if I say cost of logistics is higher? Cost of logistics is higher. If the cost of logistics is higher, what will happen to the market price of the product? What will happen to market price? Market price will automatically increase. And can it contribute to inflation? Can it contribute to inflation? Of course, yes. If the market prices are higher, it will contribute to inflation. Sir, why the cost of logistics is higher? I said most of the cost of logistics is because of transportation. In India, cost of transporting goods is very high. Now you will ask me, sir, why cost of transportation is high? I'll give you a point. Focus on this now. Focus on this. Can you move the product using railways? Simple question. Can you move the product using railways? Yes. Can you move the product using roadways? Again, yes. But please understand, I'm going to the next point now. Please understand, most of the transportation of goods in India is not done through railways. Rather, is not done through the railways. Rather, it is done through roadways. Later we'll discuss, sir, why, right, what has happened after independence, etc., etc. Later we'll understand it. Please don't panic now. Right now you simply understand, you could move the product through roadways, you could move the product through railways. I'll write one more here, waterways. You can also move the product through waterways. What is waterways? River is flowing. All of you know that river flows, right? River is flowing. Canal water is flowing. So what we can do is use the flow of water to move the goods. Right? We can simply use the flow of water to move the goods. So we have different options. We have railways, we have roadways, we also have waterways. But despite having so many options, most of the goods transported in India is done through roadways. And the fact of the matter is very simple. When you use roadways for the movement of goods, cost of transportation is higher. Compared to railways, compared to waterways, cost of transportation is higher. That's a precise reason. The cost of logistics in India is higher. Sir, how much? Please note down this particular point. Please remember at least. Cost of logistics in India is somewhere around 14% of GDP. Cost of logistics in case of India is around 14% of GDP. But if you look at other countries such as China, such as USA, the cost of their logistics is somewhere in the range of 6 to 8%. And that's a precise reason now Government of India is focused on logistics sector. I repeat, cost of logistics in case of India is higher. That's the reason Government of India now is focused on logistics sector. They want to reduce the cost of logistics. They want to reduce the cost of logistics. Right? That is basically the idea here. Now why? Right? Why are we discussing all of it? Can I say this is a structural problem? Let me know. Can I refer to this as a structural issue? Structural issue means something is lacking. There is some lack of infrastructure. Right? There is something lacking on the supply side which is contributing to inflation. And that will not be resolved overnight. It takes a lot of time to actually address this issue. So this kind of a inflation that will be caused because of supply side structural issues is referred to as structural inflation. Right? Can I give you one more examples? Let me give you one more examples here. Agriculture sector. Let me focus on agriculture sector now. Here is a farm. Here is a farm or field. Either call it as a farm or field. Now, some of the authors will use the term farm gate. Farm gate. Right? Don't be confused. Here is a farm or a field. You want to supply all of this to the market. Whatever you have cultivated, you want to supply to the market. So have a look at this. You will produce it, but farmers do not generally go to the market and sell it. Farmers cultivate it, but they don't go to the market and sell it. What they do is, they will sell it to, let's say, a middleman. They will sell it to a middleman. Now the middleman will be selling it to another middleman. I'll write number 1 and middleman number 2. In fact, we will come back to this example again in 2 minutes. Now what they're supposed to do is store them. Right? For example, if you purchase onion, you'll have to put them in a storage. You'll purchase fruits, you'll have to put them in a storage, etc., etc. But what if I say the storage capacity we have in India is not sufficient? The storage capacity that we have in India is not sufficient. One example. Second example, how many of you heard of reefer vehicles? Reefer vehicles. Even if you have not heard of reefer vehicles, right? Imagine this. There is a truck, right? And imagine this is a truck. I know it doesn't look like a truck, but imagine this is a truck. How many of you seen these trucks with large storage or cooling unit at the top? Let me know. How many of you seen these vehicles, large trucks which are carrying fruits, milk, etc. with storage capacity plus AC unit, that is cooling unit, right, which is fitted with that. And these are referred to as a reefer vehicles. Reefer vehicles. The availability of reefer vehicles in case of India is very low. And don't you think you require reefer vehicles to transport horticulture products, to transport meat products, etc., etc. So this is basically structural issue. This is basically fundamentally structural issue. And right, understand, you cannot address this issue overnight. You will take a lot of time to address these kind of structural issues. Sir, what is the problem if it is not sufficiently available? What if the storage facility, sufficient capacity is not there? You will produce a lot of onion, tomato, etc. If we do not have sufficient storage capacity, can I say some of it will be destroyed? I hope you understand. Some of it will be destroyed. Why? These are perishable commodities. Even in the discussion in the first chapter, I talked about perishable commodities, right? So you require storage capacity. But in case of India, there is a lack of it. We are still developing. We are developing a lot of storage capacity in India. So I hope you understand, when they talk about structural inflation, there is a lack of infrastructure. On the supply side, there is some lag in the infrastructure which is causing a lower supply, which is affecting a supply, and that will cause inflation. This is structural inflation. Can I go to the next one now? This is nothing but structural inflation. Last one, hoarding. Last one is hoarding, right? How hoarding will contribute to inflation? Let's understand it. First and foremost, what is hoarding? Follow the explanation here. What is hoarding? Hoarding means storing above allowed levels. Storing above what is allowed. What is allowed? I'll give you an example. Please have patience. Right? Please have patience. Let's start. Imagine here is a farmer. Farmer will cultivate, let's say, 100 kgs of a commodity, let's say onion. Farmer will sell it to a middleman 1, who will sell it to middleman 2, and this middleman 2 will sell it to customers or buyers. Simple, in the market. Now have a look at this. What if the middleman will purchase all the 100 kgs and store 50 kgs? Have a look at this. What if the middleman will purchase all the 100 kgs and will store 50? Middleman will purchase how much now? 50 kgs and store, let's say, 30 kgs. How much will be supplied in the market? How much will be supplied in the market? Very less quantity. Very less will be supplied. And if they supply very less, what will happen to the prices of the commodities? What will happen to the prices? Prices will start increasing. Now, in order to address this, Government of India has implemented Essential Commodities Act. Essential Commodities Act of 1955. Very, very famous. I'll give you the connection to the current affairs. Have patience. Right? Essential Commodities Act of 1955. So, in order to prevent this, government introduced Essential Commodities Act. Under the Essential Commodities Act, government now will have the right over, or government can have regulations over production of the commodities, distribution, supply of the commodities. What do you mean by this? Government can simply ask these companies, or let's say the middleman, at what price they are allowed to sell in the market, how much they are allowed to store when they will purchase from the market, etc., etc., etc. Is it okay? Under Essential Commodities Act of 1955, government can simply direct the participants in the market, can implement guidelines regarding production, distribution, as well as the storage or supply of these commodities. Now let's say hypothetically, government says middleman 1 is allowed to store only 10 kgs. How much is the storage capacity allowed? 10 kgs. Middleman 2 is allowed to store 5 kgs. Nothing more than that. Middleman 1 is allowed to store 10 kgs and M2 is allowed to store only 5 kgs. Now, right, continue the same example. M1 is allowed to store only 10 kgs, but if M1 will store 50 kgs, this is nothing but hoarding. Any difficulty? I will repeat it. As per Essential Commodities Act, government says M1 is allowed to store only 10 kgs, but M1 will go above 10 kgs and store 50 kgs. This extra 40 kgs is referred to as hoarding. M2 is allowed to store only 5 kgs, but the M2 is storing how much? 30 kgs. That extra 25 kgs is hoarding. So government says both M1 as well as M2 are hoarding the commodities. Now some of you will ask me, sir, why are they hoarding the commodities? Simple. They want the market prices to go up. They want market prices to go up, right? So that they will be able to sell these commodities at higher prices, make larger profits, right? Earn huge amount of profit. That is the whole idea of hoarding activity that is done. And Government of India says, no, it is not allowed. It is illegal. Please do not hoard the commodities under Essential Commodities Act, right? So they will create scarcity. Simple. They will store more. They will create scarcity in the market. Prices will go up and now they will supply the commodities. Now understand this carefully. Is there any current affairs connection? Yes. Many of the agriculture commodities government will keep from time to time under Essential Commodities Act. Is it okay? Many of the agriculture commodities, they will try to keep, the government will try to keep these commodities under the Essential Commodities Act. Why? Because government knows that people will hoard. The middleman will start hoarding this, and when they hoard it, right, basically scarcity will be created, right? The market prices will go up and the consumers, you, me, will suffer because of it. I'll give you a current affairs connection. During pandemic, tell me, was a mask necessary? Was sanitizer necessary? I hope you understand. And this is a current affairs connection, by the way. During pandemic, was mask and sanitizer necessary? Of course, yes. Government of India classified both mask and sanitizer under Essential Commodities Act. Is it okay? Right, Government of India classified mask and sanitizer under Essential Commodities Act, and powered under it, that is having powers under it, government directed all these suppliers, manufacturers not to have pricing at above certain level, to ensure that storage will not be very high, supply will be there of continuously of these commodities in the market. So that is the basic idea of hoarding, which can cause inflation in the market. Any difficulty, please do let me know. Any difficulty regarding hoarding? Hoarding can happen, but to address the hoarding, government has implemented Essential Commodities Act. Now what if a particular, let's say, company or a party is found to be hoarding? Government says, and please understand this, the government has given the authority to the states. Under this, the state governments have the authority to conduct searches. Right? Some of you will ask me, sir, how will the government come to know if I'm hoarding? My dear, if you have a warehouse, you are supposed to be registered. Now the government authorities will come to you, and they will raid. Right? They will go to this particular, let's say, the warehouse, and they will conduct searches. And if they find that, if they simply find that you are hoarding, then you will be penalized. You will be penalized. There are various provisions wherein cash penalty is imposed. People can be sent to the prison as well, etc. So that is basically the idea of Essential Commodities Act of 1955, which has been implemented in order to address hoarding, which can cause inflation. So these are the supply side as well as demand side factors which can contribute to inflation. Right? So whenever supply side factors will contribute to inflation, we'll refer to this as cost push inflation. Whenever the demand side factors will contribute to inflation, we'll refer to this as demand pull inflation. Any difficulty? Any difficulty, please do let me know. Because this is very important. Trust me when I say this. The first classification is very easy. It's very easy. Right? Less than 10%, double digit or triple digit, etc., etc. That's very easy. But this is much more technical. You should know all of this. Hoarding, explain. Hoarding means government has put a limit. How much you are allowed to store, government has put a limit. Above the limit, you will store. Why are you storing above the limit? Simple. You want to reduce the supply. And when the supply will reduce, the market prices will go up. Right? For example, you purchased a mask or you purchased onion from the farmer at 10 rupees. Now you will sell it in the market. Normally, you will sell it in the market at 20 rupees. So you purchased at 10, sold at 20, 10 rupee profit. But now what you will do under hoarding? You will store a lot of this onion. You will not supply to the market. So the market price will start going up from 20 rupees to 30 rupees, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, etc. Now let's say it will hit 60 rupees. You will take the onion and sell it. So rather than making a profit of 10, you will end up making a profit of 50. That's hoarding. Right? But it is contributing to inflation. It is contributing to inflation. Okay. Let me go to the next one. Let me go to the next one here. How do we measure inflation? How do we measure inflation? Right? Two measures of inflation. Two measures. One is WPI. Second one is CPI. What is WPI? Wholesale Price Index. CPI, Consumer Price Index. Right? So WPI is Wholesale Price Index. CPI, Consumer Price Index. Now what are the important points here? Let's start. Okay. Now have a look at this. Imagine here is a company. The company will manufacture steel and sell it to another company. Now this second company will manufacture bottle, sell it in the market. Sell it in the market to customers. Now what is the idea here? Whenever trading happens between companies, I repeat, whenever trading happens, right? Whenever trading happens between companies, it is called as wholesale market. This is basically wholesale market. Why it is referred as a wholesale market? Quantities purchased very, very high. Right? Quantities bought and sold very, very high. But whenever the trading happens, trading means buying and selling, happens between a customer and a seller, this is called as a retail market. This is referred to as retail market. So have a look at this very carefully. Whenever you talk about wholesale market, what is happening in wholesale market? Company to company, business to business, business to a trader, company to a trader, that kind of transactions will take place. But when you say retail market, okay, when you talk about retail market, it is the market where customers will purchase. Consumers will purchase in the market. For example, you will go to the market and purchase mobile phone. That's a retail market. You will go to the market, purchase clothes. That's a retail market. Vegetables, right, etc., etc., etc. All of that is called as retail market. So whenever you measure by how much percentage the price levels have gone up in the wholesale market, that is called as wholesale price index. Okay, I'll repeat it. Whenever you measure by how much percentage the price levels have gone up, In the wholesale market, that is called as a wholesale price index. And whenever you measure by how much percentage the price levels have gone in the retail market, that is called as a consumer price index. And another name, another method of calling this is retail inflation. Another way of calling this is retail inflation. For example, for the month of January, the retail inflation was more than 6%. What do you mean by retail inflation? That is basically consumer price index. Done. So one is a wholesale market, second one is a retail market. In the wholesale market, understand this, it will basically consider only the goods, but it will not count the services. Right? In the goods or in the wholesale market, will count only the price changes of the goods, but services are not included. And the base year for the calculation of WPI is 11 and 12. Do not panic. Do not worry about base year. I'll cover it later. Have patience. So in case of WPI, it's a wholesale market. We consider a lot of goods, but no services. Right? The base year for the calculation of the WPI is 11 and 12. And fourth point, right? The fourth point is the WPI in case of India is calculated for every month and it is published by economic advisor who functions under Ministry of Commerce. Right? It is published for every month. For January, it has already been published. For February, it will come now. Right? It will come now. Trust me, it will come. Right? The WPI will come now. Either today, by end of today, you will get the data. Don't worry. You will get the data today itself. So WPI is published for every month. It is published for full year also. But who will publish it? It will be published by economic advisor who functions under Ministry of Commerce. Now, the number of items which are there in the basket, you want to find out for the basket what has been the change in the price. So in the basket, how many commodities are there? The number of commodities in the basket is 697. Remember this. The number of commodities which are there in the basket is 697. And right now, as already mentioned, we are using the base year of 11 and 12 and we are calculating inflation. That is WPI. Earlier, before 2011 and 12, the base year for the calculation of a WPI was 2004 and 5. Government of India back then had set up a committee, Soumitra Chaudhary Working Committee, to look into it, find out should we change the base year, should we change the composition, and based on the recommendation of Soumitra Chaudhary Committee, now we have a basket of 697 commodities. Sir, why should we change the basket? Why should we change the composition? Simple. Have a look at this. Don't you think in the basket there will be certain commodities which have to be removed and new commodities have to be added? For example, how many of you think we should keep a track on what is happening to the prices of ambassador cars? Let me know. How many of you think that we should keep a track as to what is happening to the price of ambassador car? Not needed now. Right? Two people are saying yes. Not needed, my dear. In the calculation of inflation, it is not needed. Why? Do you think ambassador cars are frequently used in India or majorly used by the public? Of course, no. Very few. Here and there, government agencies are using it. That's it. Right? We have not manufactured them. We have stopped the manufacturing altogether. So argument is simple here. You have a basket. You have certain groups of commodities. But over a period of time, some of the commodities will become outdated. These are not consumed by the people. And some new commodities will now be consumed by the people. So you will have to change the basket every now and then. Right? That is basically the concept. That is basically the concept here. Right? Earlier the base year was 2004 and 5. And the number of commodities in the basket was 676. We basically set up a committee, and based on the recommendations of the committee, base year was changed, composition also changed. So remember this, 697 goods are there. Goods are there in the WPI. Now, two of you are asking, sir, why are we not considering services? Simple. WPI started being published back in 1942. Simple question to all of you now. WPI, we started publishing WPI back in 1942. How many of you think service sector before independence was predominantly contributing, was growing very fast in India? I hope you understand this. How many of you think that back in 1942, service sector was very much predominantly growing in India? Right? I hope you know it was not. It was not. Some of you are saying yes. How? On what basis? Service sector started growing, especially in the last 2 to 3 decades. Especially in the last 2 to 3 decades, growth has been very, very good. Why? Reforms were implemented. But even after independence, yes, service sector started growing. But the rate of growth has been very, very high, especially in the last 3 decades. That is basically the reason is LPG reforms. We'll discuss that later. But understand this. The idea of a WPI was framed back in 1942. So that was the precise reason why services was not included, only goods were included. Now, on what basis the goods are included? Committee will decide that. Committee based on, let's say, how many goods are frequently traded in the market, right? What kind of goods are relevant to the economy today, etc., etc. They will decide how many goods should be there in the market, or I'm sorry, how many goods should be there in the basket. Okay, now let me go ahead. I will introduce one more concept to you, the term of weight, the concept of weight. Now, what is this weightage? My recommendation before I explain, please by heart. Please by heart the table, mug up the table. Now come to this very carefully, focus on the discussion and then answer to me. Imagine you're a house, right? You are purchasing milk every day. Done? You are purchasing milk every day. You are purchasing clothes once every 3 months. And you are purchasing, let's say, a car once every 5 years. I hope you understand the example that I'm giving you here. Okay? You are purchasing milk every day. You are purchasing clothes once in 3 months. Or you will purchase car, let's say, once in 10 years. Now, simple question to you people. Change in the price of which of the commodity will hurt you more? Think of it. It's a basic idea. Okay, you're purchasing milk every day, clothes once every 3 months, and car once every 10 years. So change in the price of which of the commodity is very much important to you. Change in the price of which commodity will affect you more? Obviously milk. On day-to-day basis, it will keep on pinching. Right? That's the reason, understand this carefully. We have considered how many goods? 697 goods. Should we give importance to all the commodities, equal importance to all the commodities? Does it make sense to you? Should we provide equal importance to all the commodities? Of course, no. There will be certain commodities which are very much important in the economy. We should give more weight. Importance means weight. We should give more weight to these commodities. That is exactly the representation of weightage here. That is how weightage is decided. For example, in case of WPI, 697 commodities are there. We will divide them into 3 groups. One is called as a manufactured items, which has a weight of around 64%. Second one is primary articles, which has a weight of around 23%. And the third one is fuel and power, which has a weight of around 13%. Right? 13%. Done? Right? So this is the WPI, table for WPI. Some of you are saying the base year has been changed to 2018. As far as I know, it is yet to be changed. It is yet to be changed. It is even today 2011 and 12. Proposal is there. Proposal is there. Committee recommendation is there. I will show it later. As far as I know, it is still the base year of 11 and 12. Please check it. Done? So this is basically the concept of WPI. Any difficulty in this? Right? Any difficulty in this? Now, what is the committee recommendation that I'm referring to? There is a committee which is Ramesh Chand Committee. And this Ramesh Chand Committee has recommended that we should change WPI. We should basically change WPI. How? One, we should change the base year. We should change the base year. Right now we are using a base year of 2011 and 12. Change the base year. Second, we should also change the composition of the basket. Right? We have a basket of 697. Change the composition. Right now we have 697 commodities. Change it to 1196 items. Right? Rechange it to 1196 items. Apart from this, you should also include services. Third recommendation, you should also include services. Right now you are focused only on the goods. Goods, let them be there. But along with the goods, we should also include services. And finally, it has also recommended inclusion of some of the commodities which are consumed nowadays in the market. For example, aloe vera, menthol, fennel seeds, green tea, sanitizer, mushroom, brown rice, etc., etc. Okay, right. So these are some of the very important recommendations which were given by Ramesh Chand committee. And as far as I know, it is yet to be implemented. Okay. Now let me go forward. In the previous slide, it was given Soumitra Chaudhary committee. My dear, listen to the lecture very carefully. Listen to the lecture. I said right now, whatever we are using, it is based on the Soumitra Chaudhary committee. And I said, there is a recommendation of Ramesh Chand committee which is yet to be implemented. There is a difference between both of them. Okay. So this is a WPI. Let me go to the next one. Right. CPI. Why do we take a group of commodities? Right. This I've answered last week itself. The idea is when we trade in the market, we do not trade only one good. Even as a house, you will not purchase one good. You will always purchase basket of goods. Basket of goods. That's the reason why always we talk about basket of commodities. Next one is CPI, Consumer Price Index. Now let me start with the basics here. Earlier we used to calculate CPI under three heads, right? IW, UNME and AL. Now before you start typing what is long form of this, please have a look at the table. Right, industrial worker, that is IW, urban non-manual employees, UNME, and agriculture labor, AL. Please by heart this table as well. Understand what I'm saying. Please by heart, mug up this table as well. Questions have been asked earlier, they can be asked even now. So first one is CPIW, industrial workers. Right, under CPIW, the base year for the calculation is 2016. The number of articles which are there in the basket, okay, right, number of articles which are there in the basket is 463. Services are included, and who will publish this? Who publishes CPIW? It is the Ministry of Labor. That is specifically within Ministry of Labor, there is a department by the name of Labor Bureau. There is a department by the name of Labor Bureau. It is the Labor Bureau under the Ministry of Labor which will publish the industrial workers, CPIW. Second, we have urban non-manual employees, UNME, urban non-manual employees. This we have discontinued. We do not publish urban non-manual employees today. Post 2010, we have discontinued it. But some of the factual informations. 1984-85 is the base year. Number of articles which were there in the basket, 180. Services were included, and this is published, or this was published by MOSPI, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. And the third one is agriculture labor, AL, CPI, AL. It is having a base year of 86-87. Number of commodities in the basket are 60. Services are not included. Why you are talking about rural part of India? Rural India, services are not included. And this is also published by Ministry of Labor. Okay. So these are the three types of CPI indices. I repeat, these are three types of CPI indices which we used to publish earlier and use as a retail inflation. We used to use these as a retail inflation. Sir, why three? Let me ask a very simple question. Apply basic, right? Common sense, you will understand it. Do you think everybody in India will consume same set of goods and services? Let me know. Do you think everybody in India consumes same set of goods and services? Obviously no. What is consumed in rural part of India will not be consumed in urban part of India. And within urban part of India also, right? Within urban part of India also, what you generally see is the consumption of industrial workers who are working in company, the consumption is different compared to, let's say, other workers. So that is the precise reason what we used to do earlier. Earlier what we used to do is, we used to calculate retail inflation under different heads like this. Right? One, we used to have industrial workers, one of the oldest indices in India. CPIW calculation started from 1946 in India. I hope you understand. One of the oldest indices. Right? From 1946, we are publishing CPIW. And once you become IAS officers, CPIW will become very important for you. Right? CPIW will become very, very important for you. Why? Government will give you certain allowance. Apart from your basic salary, government will also give you certain amount of allowance. Right? Why the allowance is provided? To adjust for inflation. Adjust for inflation means basically the prices of the commodities will keep on changing. All of you will agree. The basket of commodities, what is the cost today will not be remaining the same after 1 year. But how many of you think government of India will keep on changing your salary every year? Right? How many of you think that government will keep on changing the salary every year like this? Absolutely no. You're working, right? I hope you understand. You are working in a private sector. Every year you can go to a manager, ask for appraisal. But government of India will set up a pay commission, right? Every now and then, pay commission will recommend how much should be the change in your basic salary. Right? That's the reason, understand this carefully. Government of India will announce something called as a dearness allowance. Right? Government of India will announce something called as dearness allowance. Right? In the month of January, they will announce it. In the month of July, they will announce it. But on what basis they will announce a dearness allowance? They will look at what is CPI-IW. Is it okay? They will look at a CPI-IW. Right? Let's say CPI-IW from last year has increased by 6%. Your dearness allowance will be increased. Right? So CPI-IW is important. Please remember that. And in the month of January, in newspapers, you will come across this. In the July, you will come across this. Okay, so one is CPI-IW. Second one is UNMV. We do not calculate it. Third one is AL, agriculture labor, rural part of India. To adjust Manrega wages, generally they use agriculture labor. And some of you are asking, why don't we consider services? My dear one, look at 86-87. We made it back in 86-87 with the base year. And second one, you are talking about rural part of India. Rural, villages. How much services are there in villages? How much is the consumption on the income on services? That's the reason services are ignored here. Okay. So this is the concept of CPI. But understand the next point carefully. Okay. Understand the next point carefully. You read in the newspaper, inflation rate is 6%. You read in the newspaper, inflation is 6%. Which inflation are they talking here? Are they talking about CPIW? No. Are they talking about urban non-manual employees? No, that has been discontinued. Are they talking about CPI-AL? No, they are not talking about that as well. Now understand the next point here. We calculate a CPI-IW, we have a different use of it. We calculate CPI-AL, we have a different use of it. In addition to this, we also calculate CPI combined, CPI urban and CPI rural. Is it okay? In addition to this, we also calculate CPI combined, CPI urban, CPI rural. That is, we calculate how much is the inflation in the rural part of India, how much is the inflation in urban part of India, how much is the inflation in overall India. Any difficulty? Let me know. We calculate how much is rural inflation, how much is urban inflation, and how much is overall inflation for India. And for calculating rural inflation, we consider 448 commodities in the basket. To calculate urban inflation, we consider 460 commodities in the basket. And to calculate combined inflation overall for India, we'll calculate the price level change for 299 commodities. And whenever you come across the overall inflation, or let's say simply retail inflation, whenever you come across the term retail inflation, we are referring to combined CPI. Any difficulty? We are simply referring to combined CPI. That is CPI for overall India. And what is the base here for the calculation of the CPI now? Either rural, urban or combined, the base here for the calculation is 2012. And who will publish this data? NSO. National Statistics Office will publish the data for CPI rural, CPI urban and CPI combined. So these are certain very important points regarding both CPI as well as WPI. One is in the wholesale market, second one right in the retail market. Sir, combined should be more? No. It doesn't need to be more. Please do not apply CSAT, sir, 448, 460, it should be more. No. Right, what is consumed in rural part of India may or may not be consumed in urban part of India and vice versa. I hope you understand. What is consumed in rural part of India, right, may not be the same in urban part of India. That's a reason. Overall, we only focus on 299. Right, why UNME is discontinued, etc. Why should you be worried about it? I'll tell you the reason. Anyways, we have introduced the CPI combined rural and urban. Right, you already have introduced it. Why should you need UNME then? Right, there are various reasons. Don't worry. Just focus on what is required. Okay. Next, some of you are asking, right? This was expected. Some of you are asking, sir, you have written the term primary articles. What is there in that? You have written this 299 articles. What is there in that? I'll come back to this. For those people who are continuously commenting the same thing, what is there here? What is there here? What is there here? This is the list. This is the list. And my dear, you're basically worried about something which is not needed for exams. I'll tell you why. How many commodities are there in WPI? 697. And imagine Ramesh Chand committee recommendations are accepted. Congrats. More than 1100. More than 1100. And how many are there in CPI? 299. You tell me. Simple question to all of you. You tell me, will UPSC expect you to remember 1100 article or forget about 1100? 697 articles here. Do you think UPSC will expect you to remember 299 articles here? If you think yes, then your preparation strategy itself is wrong. I'll say that. Right? I'll say that your preparation strategy itself is wrong. Why? 299, 697, right? How many months will you take to by heart it? Right? So don't waste your time just for sake of information or inference. That's it. Just for the sake of information, I've given the table here. Go through it. My recommendation, do not by heart anything from here. Right? I'll repeat it. Do not by heart anything from here. Even if you by heart, there's no guarantee question will come from here, because if you have a look at it, already you know there are 697 articles, but I have not written all the 697. I have not written all the 697. You don't require all of it. But even then some will say, sir, I want to by heart all 697. Very good. Go to the ministry website. They will give you a very nice document, right? Download and by heart. Let me go ahead. Right? CPI rural, urban and combined. These are the 6 groups. These are the 6 groups. Should you remember all the 6 groups? My recommendation, remember 3. Connected to current affairs. Simple. My recommendation, remember 3. 1, miscellaneous. It has got the second highest weight, 28.3%. Second one is fuel and light, important. Third one is food and beverage, which has the highest weightage, 46%. Is it okay? 46% food and beverage, very high. Please by heart it. Fuel and power, that is required, around 7%, remember it. And the second highest is miscellaneous, 29%, remember that as well. So in case of WPI, only 3 are there, easy to remember. In WPI 6 are, I'm sorry, in CPI 6 are there, my recommendation, remember 3. Right, fuel and power, food and beverages, and miscellaneous. Okay, done. So this is a CPI as well as WPI. Can I go to the next one? Okay, break. Okay, no issues, no issues. Now, let's take a break. But before that, if you have any kind of questions or doubts, right, ask it. After this, we'll take a break. Do we need to remember the table for rural, urban, and combined? My recommendation is remember for combined. Remember for combined. For 3, right? The fuel and power, miscellaneous, and some of you have asked, right, miscellaneous, right? As I was expecting, you are asking miscellaneous. Have a look at the table. Have a look at the table. Miscellaneous as well as the food and beverages. More than sufficient. Why service are excluded? In CPI, these are included. In CPI, these are included. At what interval CPI is published? For every month. For every month, a CPI is published. I'm expecting CPI, WPI data to be published today. Keep on reading newspaper. You will come across that. Do we need to learn all the committee recommendations or remember just one? My recommendation is that whatever committee I keep on mentioning, remember that. Right? Remember that. Base year, not now. At the end of this chapter, we will have a discussion for base year. Have patience. What will RBI do? I have not yet discussed what does RBI do, what does government do to control inflation. I'll go to that. Have patience. Price decreases, then the demand will increase. Then demand will increase, then it will cause a demand pull. Clarify. If price decreases, demand increase. Yes, right. That's basically inflation. CPI published once a month or quarterly? Published every month. Published every month. Increase the pace of the class. No, I'm going appropriately at the right pace. Trust me, these are basics. You should understand the basics first. Right? For some of you, it could be a revision. For some of you, it could be a revision. For many of them, it's not a revision. It's the first time they are listening to it. What should we do to improve logistics? I'll discuss that. I'll discuss infrastructure. Don't worry, we'll discuss infrastructure later. The problem with some of you is that you want to learn everything right now. Right now. How is that possible? First, I should tell you what is road network in India. How many roads we have? Why expressways are constructed? Why waterway is required? Right? What is FASTag? What is GST? How it is going to help in promotion of transportation, etc. Right? Have patience. Structural inflation can be caused because of any of the infrastructure problems. I will repeat it. Any of the infrastructure problems, structural inflation can be caused. Right? Why? Because let's say the cost of transportation is higher. It's a problem with infrastructure. It will contribute to inflation. Warehousing is not sufficient. Lot of these perishable commodities can get destroyed. Supply will come down, can cause inflation. Okay? Done. Let's take a break then. Let's take a break. 7:50. I'll restart at 7:50. I will restart again at 7:50 a.m. Not p.m. a.m. Right? I'll restart at 7:50 a.m. Take a break now. Okay. Welcome back. Can we start now? Can we start? Now, before going forward, I was just looking at some of your comments. There were two people who were asking, is the class live? I assure you it is live. Right? I assure you it is live. Don't have any doubts regarding that, it's live. So how do you prove it is live? Let me show you. What is the time? Time is 7:51. Please check your clock also, it should be 7:51. Right? Date is not so much visible. But anyways, it's a very nice way basically to tell you. Right? So, okay, let's start. CPI, rural, urban, combined, it's all done. Let me go to the next one now. CPI divergence, CPI WPI divergence. Now, what is this divergence? Divergence simply means the difference, right? You will see that many of the times, CPI will be going up, WPI will be going down. Okay, CPI will be going down, WPI will be going up, etc., etc. Can you see the graph here? Is the graph visible to all of you? Let me know. Is the graph visible to all of you? What you'll observe in the graph is the red color line is a CPI. This is a CPI. And the black dotted line is a WPI. Now, what is the observation? Should you by-heart the graph? Absolutely no. What is the observation? You will see that in certain months, CPI is above WPI. CPI is growing at a faster pace. A rate of inflation under CPI is higher compared to WPI. In other time periods, the rate of WPI is higher compared to CPI. Why? Why is that happening? Why is that WPI changes at a different rate, or inflation under WPI is different, inflation under CPI? Why is it different? These are the reasons. First one, WPI focuses on the wholesale market. WPI focuses on the wholesale market. CPI focuses on retail market. Sir, what is the importance of this? Don't you think the price changes in the wholesale market are different compared to change in the prices in the retail market? Point number one. Okay. Point number two. The base year for WPI is a different, 11 and 12, and base year for retail inflation is a different, right? So base year for both of them is a different. So here 11 and 12, here 2012. Here it is 11 and 12 and it is 12. Third point, how many goods are there under WPI? How many goods are there under WPI? We have 697 goods. What about CPI? Under CPI, we have 299 articles. Overall, I'm talking about overall. Okay, right? In CPI, we have 299 and under WPI, we have 697. So understand this. Beyond this also you can go. What is the weightage? Which has the highest weightage in case of WPI? Manufactured goods. The manufactured goods has a weightage of 64%. Whereas in case of CPI, it is the food and beverages which has the highest weightage, 46%. 46%. So WPI, different commodities, listing is different. CPI, different commodities. So because of all of these reasons, you will see that WPI is moving at a different rate. CPI is also moving at a different rate. And that is the reason why there is a divergence. Coming to the next point. Sir, if we always have, or we have CPI, and remember this, it is the CPI which is used as a tool to make policies. I will repeat the statement. It is the CPI which is used as a tool to make policies, not WPI. Now the question is, sir, if you have CPI which is used, what is the use of WPI then? Why are we tracking WPI? Simple. First, we want to identify what is the price changes in the wholesale market. I hope you understand. We want to identify what is the price change in the wholesale market. Now, why is that important? Simple question to all of you. If the prices in the wholesale market will continuously keep on increasing, will it not lead to higher prices in the retail market? Answer it. Answer it. If the prices in the wholesale market continuously remain elevated means higher. Rather than that, when it remains elevated in the wholesale market, will it not lead to rises in the retail market? So that is one very important point. If WPI remains elevated, right, it remains higher continuously, it's an indicator for us. It's an indicator that in the retail market, inflation will happen now. Right, and second reason why do we keep a track of WPI is simply to find out what is happening in the wholesale market in terms of, let's say, supply of commodities. Right, is that supply of commodities is falling down? Is the supply increasing? Are we maintaining the supply or not, etc., etc.? Because please understand this, if steel prices will start increasing, it will definitely have an impact on what is going to happen in the retail market in the subsequent months. So that is the reason, one, we need to keep a track in the wholesale market to find out what will happen in the retail market. Second one, right, we see that in WPI, it has a very long history. It has a very long history. Because it has a very long history, it will provide you a lot of information for, right, subsequent time period. That is the precise reason, despite CPI being used as a tool to make policies, we'll still keep a track on WPI. Done? Okay, right? After explaining all of this, if WPI is low, how can CPI be higher? My dear, did I not tell you what is calculated under WPI is different? What is calculated under CPI is different? What is covered under WPI is different. What is covered under CPI is different. What is the weightage for the commodities in CPI is different and different in WPI. So don't you think when the coverage is different, I hope you understand, when the coverage is different, when you're basically covering different commodities with different weightages, don't you think the percentages will be different as well? And how does it not make sense to you? For example, let me ask a very simple question. If the price of the wheat keeps on increasing, tell me, will it have a larger impact on WPI or CPI? I hope you understand this. If the prices of the wheat keep on increasing, it will have a larger impact on WPI or CPI. It will have a larger impact on CPI. If prices of steel keeps on increasing, where it will get reflected first? It will reflect suddenly in WPI. Maybe after 1 or 2 months, it will start getting reflected in the CPI. That's the reason, please be very careful. Both are required. Both are important, both are required. But which is used for policy making in India, it is a CPI that is used for policy making. Okay? So this is one more point. Now, before going forward, rather than abusing faculties, rather than abusing the SMEs, etc., please put forward your question. Put forward your question. Right? Don't keep on abusing SMEs, etc., etc. That is not a right approach. Put forward your questions. Next concept is flexible inflation targeting. FIT. Flexible inflation targeting. Now, what is this idea of a flexible inflation targeting? Let me start the discussion now. Before that, let me give you a glimpse into the function of RBI. Now, later classes will have a detailed discussion about RBI. Let me give you a basic idea here. Here is the Reserve Bank of India. RBI will give loan to banks. RBI will give loans to banks. And banks will give loans to customers. Banks will give loans to customers. Agreed? RBI will give loan to the bank will give loans to customers. Let me ask you a very simple question. If RBI increases the rate of interest on the loan given to the bank from 4% to 6%, do you think the bank will sit quietly without charging higher rate of interest on the loans given to customers? Does it make any sense to you? Absolutely no. Bank will also increase its rate of interest on the loans given to customers. Can we apply the vice versa? Can we apply the vice versa? That is, if RBI reduces the rate of interest from 6% to 4%, the bank will also reduce its rate of interest. It may reduce its rate of interest by 1%, 1.5%, etc. Now, why this is relevant? Why it is required? Simple. Whenever money supply increases in the market, whenever money supply means what? How much money you have, how much money I have, how much money consumers or other buyers, right, have in the market. Later when I discuss banking, I'll tell you how money circulation is calculated. Don't waste your time now. Understand money supply means how much money is there in the economy with buyers. So let's start. Whenever money supply increases in the market, we expect growth to take place. Yes or no? Whenever money supply increases in the market, we expect growth to take place. Of course, it should make sense to you. Because, have a look at this. When money supply increases, rate of interest on the loans will come down. People will take more loans, demand will increase. Companies will take more loans, and production will increase. Point number one. But there is a danger here. What is the danger? If the money supply continuously increases in the market, there is a danger that inflation can also happen. Inflation can also take place in the economy. And do we require 7% rate of inflation? Do we need 8% rate of inflation? Do we need 10% rate of inflation? Absolutely no. Right? What is required? What is required in case of a country such as India? Moderate rate of inflation. Moderate. Within that also, in India we say 4% inflation is good. And why inflation is good? I will explain that also. Have patience. Inflation is needed. I'll tell you why. Have patience. So 4% is good. So now the danger is that if RBI will reduce the rate of interest, the customers, the companies, etc. will take a lot of loans, money supply will increase, that can cause inflation in the market. On the other hand, if RBI increases the interest rates, what will happen to money supply in the economy? Tell me now. If RBI increases the interest rate from 4%, it will increase to 6%, 7%, 8%. What will happen to money supply? Money supply will go down. Money supply will decrease. And when the money supply decreases, what is the impact of that on growth? You could have achieved, let's say, 6% growth rate. Now, will you be able to achieve 6%? No. Can I say that it will limit growth? Then it will simply impose a limitation on the growth. You could have achieved 6%, but because money supply is lower, you could end up achieving 5%. You could end up achieving 4%, etc. But what will happen on the other side? What will happen on the other side? You can easily control inflation. You can control inflation because money supply will come down. Automatically, the demand will also come down. Any difficulty in understanding 1 and 2? Any difficulty in understanding 1 and 2? This is the role of RBI. This is the role of Reserve Bank of India. Right? But again, please be very careful here. Be very careful. Can RBI control every type of inflation in the market? Can RBI, by changing the amount of money supply in the economy, can they control every type of inflation? Of course, no. Let me connect it to current affairs. If wheat production will go down, contribute to inflation, do you think RBI can help you here? Think of it. Do you think RBI can help you here? If OPEC will cut the prices, or if OPEC will control the supply, cut the supply, prices will increase. Do Do you think RBI can help you here? Absolutely no. So there is a limitation. There is a limitation on how much RBI can help you in controlling inflation. And most of the times, remember this, RBI has very nice tools. We'll discuss that later. RBI has very good tools to control inflation if it is caused because of demand side factors. Is it okay? Inflation, if it is caused because of the demand side factors, RBI has tools, they can control it. But if factors which are there on the supply side, such as a pandemic, such as Russia-Ukraine war, such as, let's say, OPEC cutting production, RBI doesn't have the tools. RBI will be finding it very difficult to control such inflation. Is it okay? Right. So this is basically how RBI will play a very important role in the economy. So one, it will reduce interest rate. It will increase money supply. People will take loans, demand more, production increases, contribute to growth. But if the demand keeps on increasing, can cause inflation. On the other side, RBI, not to control inflation, will increase interest rate. Demand automatically will come down in the market, help controlling inflation, but the collateral damage to this, right? In addition to this, it will also limit growth in the economy, right? So that is the reason what we have done is Government of India and RBI have signed an agreement. Come to this now. Government of India and RBI have signed an agreement. This agreement is referred to as MPFA. This agreement is referred to as MPFA, Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. I will write it here. Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. MPFA. Now, what is monetary policy? Understand this. Monetary policy refers to certain tools which are available to Reserve Bank of India, using which it will change the money supply. I'll repeat it again. What is this monetary policy? Earlier we have discussed fiscal policy. Do you remember fiscal policy? Friday we mentioned or we discussed about fiscal policy. Fiscal policy means what? Government using taxation and expenditure. I repeat, government using taxation and expenditure will try to achieve certain objectives. That's a fiscal policy. What about monetary policy? RBI has a certain set of tools using which they will either increase the money supply or decrease the money supply in the economy. What tools are there? Later we'll discuss. Focus now. So back in 2015, there was an agreement that was signed between government as well as RBI. And from 2016, this has actually come into force. The agreement has been implemented starting 2016. Now, what is there in the agreement? Point number one. RBI will be given the duty of controlling inflation now. We'll go point by point, follow it. RBI will be given the duty of controlling inflation. But who will decide what should be the target for RBI? Who is going to decide what rate inflation should be maintained by RBI? The rate is decided by Government of India in consultation with RBI. That is the point number two. The inflation rate that is given as a target to RBI is decided by the government in consultation with RBI. Right now, what is the target of inflation given to RBI? It is 4%. It is 4%. Right? And again, what is this 4% here? Is it CPI or WPI? It is a CPI combined. It is CPI. It is CPI combined. Okay. Point number three. Whenever RBI, right? Whenever RBI is maintaining the inflation, it's not always possible to maintain exactly at 4%. Exactly at 4%, it's never possible. Don't you think certain events will happen as a result of which it could go beyond 4%? Certain things will happen as a result of which it will fall below 4%. That's the reason certain flexibility, look at the term at the top, certain flexibility has been provided. That is, there is a bandwidth, tolerance bandwidth, which is provided for RBI. What is that bandwidth I'm talking about? Flexibility I'm talking about. RBI can allow inflation to reach maximum 6% and it can allow inflation to fall up to 2%. That's it. Okay, RBI can allow inflation to reach a maximum level of 6% or fall up to 2%. You're supposed to maintain at 4, but you can allow it to reach 6 or 2%. That is the tolerance level. That is the flexibility which has been provided by the government under the flexible inflation targeting. Now, what if RBI is not able to do this? What if RBI is not able to do this? What if inflation continuously remains above 6%? For example, last year. If you check the calendar year last year, from the month of January till the end of October, till the end of October, inflation rate has been more than 6%. I repeat, last year in the calendar year, from January to October, inflation rate continuously has been above 6%. So if the inflation rate remains above 6% continuously like this, what is the solution then? What is the way forward? Right? In such cases, RBI has to give a written explanation to Government of India. RBI has to give a document to Government of India as to why this is happening, what RBI is doing, how they'll be able to control this inflation rate. Right? So remember, for 3 consecutive quarters, successive or consecutive, is it okay if I say consecutive or successive? 3 quarters means 9 months. Any difficulty? For 3 consecutive quarters or successive quarters simply means 9 months. If for 9 months, if inflation rate is above 6% or below 2%, RBI has to RBI has to give a written document to Government of India, has to give an explanation to Government of India. And if you have read the newspaper, this has happened last year. RBI has given the explanation to Government of India. Do you know what RBI has given? Absolutely no. Do I know? Absolutely no. Why? The document is not made public. RBI has clearly stated it will be given only to Government of India and information will not be made public. Right? So that document was there in the newspaper. Please be very careful. And once every 6 months, right, RBI has to bring out a report, right, basically giving information about what is happening to inflation, right, what is causing inflation, etc., etc. And this document you can get it. RBI once every 6 months will keep on publishing this document. Done. So these are certain very important provisions under flexible inflation targeting. Any difficulty here? Please do let me know. Right? Any difficulty here? Why is RBI still increasing interest rates? Even the inflation is around 6%. My dear, if inflation rate is 6%, they want to drag it down to 4%. That's the reason they are increasing the interest rates. Okay, so these are the very important provisions. Please by heart them. My recommendation, please by heart them. In addition to this, please understand next points now. Right, there is a concept called as Monetary Policy Committee. Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, Monetary Policy Committee. Now, what is this Monetary Policy Committee? In the Monetary Policy Committee, there are 6 members. 3 of them are from RBI. 3 are from RBI, right? That is, governor of RBI is there. There is a deputy governor, etc., etc. And 3 are experts. Other 3 are the experts who are appointed by Government of India. Now, this Monetary Policy Committee, as per Monetary Policy Framework Agreement, has to meet at least 4 times in a year. I'll repeat it. As per Monetary Policy Framework Agreement, this committee has to meet at least 4 times in a year. Can they meet more than that? Of course, yes. They are in fact meeting once every 2 months now. Right? Have a look at this. Right now, what does the policy say? At least 4 times they will have to meet in 1 year. But what is the practice we are following right now? Monetary policy will have bi-monthly meetings. bi-monthly meetings are conducted, or bi-monthly review is conducted. What do you mean by bi-monthly here? Once in 2 months. Once in 2 months. Do not be confused here. Once in 2 months. That is, you are going to meet one time in 2 months. So how many months are there? 12 months. So you're going to meet 6 times now. So at least 4 times you're supposed to meet, but you're meeting, right, 6 times right now. Okay, so that is basically the concept of monetary policy committee, right? The idea of a monetary policy committee. Very often you'll come across this in the newspaper. Why? Monetary policy committee will meet and then they will decide, should we increase the interest rates? Should we reduce the interest rates? Should we keep the interest rates constant? Right? What should we do? That is the point here. Okay. Next. Right. What has been the experience of the inflation targeting? What has been the experience? In the last 5 years, that is, understand this, from 2016 to 2021, 5 years are over. And again from 2021, we have decided till 2026, we will have the same target, 4%. Earlier also 4%, now also 4%. Okay. So earlier also 4%, now also 4%. That is the inflation target. Now have a look at this. Earlier also we gave a target of 4%, now also 4%. But what has been the experience? What has been the experience of this concept of targeting inflation in the last 5 years? This is the document. Please go through this. 1. For majority period of the time, inflation has remained in the range. In the range of what? 2% to 6%. For majority period of the time, inflation has remained in the range of 2% to 6%. But recently, inflation has gone beyond 6%. It has gone beyond 6%. But please understand, it is not because of the policy failure. It is not because of the failure of RBI. It is because of certain external and internal events. For example, I told you, from January to October, if you see, the inflation rate has been beyond 6%. Do you think it is a policy problem of RBI? Do you think it is because RBI has not done anything else? Absolutely no. It has happened because, understand this, certain external events such as steel prices went up. Right? The cost of transportation has gone up. Crude oil prices have gone up, etc., etc., etc. That is a precise reason. That's a precise reason. There are certain factors, internal as well as external in nature, which have had an impact on the inflation. That's a reason inflation has been beyond 6% in recent times. But that is not to say RBI is not doing anything here. I hope you understand. It doesn't mean that RBI has not done anything. RBI continuously has kept on increasing interest rates. For example, from last year May, I repeat, last year May, RBI has kept on increasing the interest rates. And if you look at in the last, right, let's say 8 to 9 months, RBI has increased the interest rates by more than 2.5%. RBI has increased the interest rates by more than 2.5%. And even Government of India has also taken various measures to control inflation. Can I give you examples? Right, Government of India has allowed, right, a lot of imports of, right, let's say crude oil at lower prices. At lower prices, we have purchased crude oil from many countries and that is being supplied in the domestic market. Best example, Russia. Best example is Russia. Right, there was concerns regarding, let's say, vegetable oils or edible oils. We have reduced the taxes on the edible oils when they enter into India. Right, so Government of India as well as RBI, right, have taken a lot of measures in order to control inflation. Right, but again, basically the idea is it is on a higher side, more than 6%. Next, the average rate of inflation for the 5 years till 2021. For 5-year duration, it has been in the range of 3.4%. That is from 26 to 2021, the average rate of inflation is 3.4%. But 5 years before 2016, that is, let's say 2011 to 2016, inflation rate has been in the range of 5.7%. So what you can see is, with the implementation of inflation targeting, inflation rate, again average, has come down. And there is now transparency in monetary policy decision making. Right, because every time when the discussion is conducted, RBI is publishing what they have discussed. For example, you'll come across a document called as minutes of meeting. Minutes of RBI meeting. What is the minutes of RBI meeting? They are publishing a document, they are giving you a document wherein what they have discussed. A, what did he say? What did RBI governor say? What was the viewpoint of one of the experts within the policy meeting, etc., etc. Minutes of the meeting are also published. So there is a transparency in the methodology, how these meetings are conducted and how the decisions are being taken. So this is the experience of India in terms of flexible inflation targeting. Okay, the idea of FIT, flexible inflation targeting. Done? Any difficulties so far? Any difficulties so far? Now, before I explain to you what is this concept of headline and core, let me explain to you what is the concept of headline and core to you first. Let me take a simple example. Follow this carefully. Follow this carefully. Imagine there are 4 goods in the basket. Okay, imagine there are 4 goods in the basket, A, B, C and D. Now follow the next point. What if price of all the goods is like this? 10, 20, 30 and 40. Simple numbers so that you understand. The price for the basket will be how much? 100 rupee. Now what if price of A remains the same or changes slightly? Very, very minor change. Price of B will change by 1 rupee. Price of C will change by 2 rupee. And price of D will basically double. Price of D will basically double like this. Now as a result of this, what will happen to inflation? Right? What will happen to the price level? Right? So 80 plus 30, 110, right? Or simple 40, 42, 43, 143 rupees. Done? Now it will be 143. So is there inflation? First question. Is there inflation? Answer is yes, by the way. And participate. Many of you have gone dormant now. Participate. Is there inflation? Yes. Question number 2. Inflation has been caused by all the commodities or mainly some of the commodities. Underline the term. Inflation has been caused by all of them or mainly, right? The culprit is, let's say, only one commodity. Don't you think the culprit is one commodity here? Is it okay? Culprit is one commodity. That is, one commodity has contributed to, right, inflation here. So understand now, there are 2 terms. I'll come back to this, don't worry. Understand now, there are 2 terms, narrow and broad. Right? Is the inflation broad-based or narrow? Whenever you use the term narrow, inflation is narrow, it could be caused by very few of the commodities. Is it okay? Whenever you use the term inflation is narrow, what is the meaning of it? Under WPI, how many commodities are there? 697 commodities. What if prices of 10 commodities have increased and as a result of this, WPI is increased? It is narrow, right? Inflation is narrow. But what if out of 697 commodities, let's say 200 commodities prices have increased and as a result of this, WPI has increased? It is broad-based. Broad means large number of commodities. Large number of commodities are contributing to inflation. Right? The prices of large number of commodities have increased, contributing to inflation. Broad-based. And very few, very countable number of commodities are contributing to inflation. It is called as narrow-based inflation. Now, simple question to you people. Think of it and answer. Which one is more dangerous? Narrow or broad-based inflation? Let me check. Which one is more dangerous? Both are dangerous, by the way. Which one is more dangerous? Narrow or broad-based inflation? Broad-based inflation is more dangerous. Some of you still are confused. Broad-based inflation is more dangerous. Why? In broad-based, large number of commodities prices are increasing. Controlling the prices of large number of commodities is a challenge for you. Right? For example, crude oil prices start increasing. Steel prices start increasing. Transportation prices start increasing. Plastic prices start increasing. Large number of commodities prices have increased. Don't you think controlling this is much more challenging for you compared to controlling the prices of only, let's say, crude oil? I hope you understand my statement now. Broad is much more dangerous because a lot of commodities prices will start escalating. It is a headache. Whereas narrow, right? Narrow, you can do it easily. For example, let's say wheat will contribute to inflation now. Let's say wheat will contribute to inflation. Can you address it? Can you address it? Of course, yes. Government has a lot of wheat stored. Right? They have a lot of food grains stored. Introduce it. Right? You don't have sufficient storage. Then import it. So argument is simple. The inflation can be broad-based as well as narrow. But if it is narrow, it is much more easier compared to broad-based to control it. It is always on the scales. I'm not saying it's just easy. I'm saying compared to broad-based inflation, it is easier. Done. That is point number 1. Let me go to point number 2 now. I'll write the same numbers again, but the concept will change now. A, B, C, D. 10 rupee, 20 rupee, 30 and 40. 10, 21, 32 and let's say 80 rupees. Now look at the next point. Look at the next point. The inflation has been caused. We don't have to again discuss whether there is inflation or not. Inflation is there. But this inflation has been caused because of one commodity here. And what if I say this commodity is basically nothing but, let's say, crude oil prices. This is nothing but crude oil price. Sir, why are you writing crude oil price? Let me ask you a very simple question. How many of you think that crude oil prices are stable? Right? Again, answer. It's easier to understand. How many of you think that crude oil prices are very stable? Right? They will not jump up. They will not fall down. They are almost remaining in the same range. Is there anyone? Absolutely no. You are wrong then. These are very much unstable, or I'll simply use the term, these are volatile in nature. The prices are volatile in nature. Can I give you one more example? Food products, that is basically food grains in the market. Let me know. Food grains or food articles in the market. Right, sir, example, onion, tomato, pulses, vegetables, right, cereals. How many of you think the prices of all these food grains that I gave you example just now, these are very stable? Absolutely no. Again, can I say these are volatile in nature? Volatile simply means in a very, very short duration, they will increase, and within a short duration, they will fall. Right? Again increase, again fall, increase, fall, increase, fall. This is volatility in the prices. Now, don't you think, if I count all the commodities in this basket, how many are there? 4. If I count the prices of all the commodities in this basket, inflation will be higher. But this inflation is caused by very few commodities whose prices are volatile in nature. So as a result of this, what will happen? Imagine inflation will go above 6%. What does RBI do? RBI doesn't have any option, increase interest rate. But after 2 months, again the prices of crude oil will fall. Again the prices of food grains will fall. As a result of this, rather than 80, it will fall down to, let's say, 50. Now inflation rate is very low, in the range of 4%, in the range of, let's say, 5%. What does RBI do? RBI will reduce interest rate. Now tell me, if you are a market participant means you are a company, you are an investor, etc. How many of you will be comfortable when RBI every once in 2 months like this will keep on changing interest rates? How many of you will have comfort? Right? You are very comfortable with this policy of RBI. Once in 2 months, RBI will increase, decrease, increase, decrease, increase, decrease. No, you should not be comfortable. You should not be having that kind of a policy. Why? This creates uncertainty. Is it okay? This creates uncertainty about the RBI policies. Hence, it will have huge impact in the market. But RBI says, I can't help it. I can't help it, because as per monetary policy framework agreement, if the inflation goes above 6%, I will have to increase interest rate. And what has happened to inflation now? It has gone beyond 6%. So understand this carefully now. Understand this carefully. Whenever you take all the commodities in the basket, whenever you take all the commodities in the basket and calculate inflation, this is called as headline inflation. I've given you the same example here. Is the logic okay? Whenever you take all the commodities in the basket and calculate inflation, that is called as headline inflation. Point number one. Point number two. In this example, 4 commodities are there in the basket, but out of 4, one of the commodity prices are volatile. For one of the commodity, prices are volatile. So now what you will do in the second situation, you will not be including the commodity D. Simple. You will not be including commodity D. You will include A, B and C and then calculate inflation. So what are you doing? I'll put it in a statement now. What are you doing? You are excluding certain commodities whose prices are volatile in nature. And when you exclude these commodities, use the remaining commodities to calculate inflation. That is called as core inflation. I'll use a different color so that you understand. When you include only A, B and C and calculate inflation, this is called as core inflation. Now tell me, between headline inflation and core inflation, which is a better indicator? I'll repeat it. Between headline inflation and core inflation, which one do you think is a better quality indicator? It is core inflation. Some of you are still confused. It is core inflation, not headline inflation. It is core inflation, right? Reason is again same thing. Don't you think prices of food articles are fluctuating a lot? These are fluctuating. Very often these are fluctuating. Last year, nimbus, lemon. Last year, nimbu or lemon was sold at 15 rupees per unit. Do you think that's a common phenomenon? Right? Today, the wheat prices are very, very high. Do you think that's a common phenomenon? No. These are fluctuating. Is it okay? These are fluctuating. Right? That's the reason when you talk about core inflation, we will exclude these commodities whom we already know prices fluctuate a lot and calculate what is the inflation for remaining commodities. That is called as core, which is a better indicator, right, compared to the headline inflation. Okay. Now, why should we understand all of this? Right? Why should we understand all of it? Reason is, Government of India has given a target to RBI. It has given a target to RBI. That is, inflation CPI should be 4%. But is it a core or is it a headline? It is a headline inflation. Is it a core or is it a headline? It is the headline inflation of CPI 4%. Now there were certain people, certain experts who said, no, we should not make the policies based on headline inflation. We should make our policies based on core inflation. Why? Right? Core inflation is a better indicator. RBI should make their policies on core, not on headline inflation. What is the argument? Simple, understand this. The argument is core inflation will not include those commodities whose prices are very volatile. And by excluding those commodities, what you're trying to do here is you're trying to install certainty in your policy making. I hope you understand this. You're excluding those commodities whose prices will keep on changing very often, right? And if you exclude them, there will not be very much huge change in the core inflation because the prices for the remaining commodities are much more stable. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring in certainty in the policy of RBI. Because if you simply track headline and keep on changing interest rate, because very often there is a change in the headline inflation, that creates uncertainty. That creates a doubts in the minds of the companies, investors, etc. in the market. Right? So core inflation is a better indicator. Use it. Second one is headline inflation considers all those commodities which are or whose prices are volatile in nature. Exclude them. And whenever there is a volatility in the policy making, whenever RBI itself will keep on changing the policies very often like this, right, that creates uncertainty, that creates a problem in the minds of investors. So rather than using headline, we should always use core. That is one side of the argument. But are we using core to decide? Are we using core to make policies now? No, it is still headline inflation. We are still using headline CPI inflation itself. Why? Why are we using headline? Point number one. We have used headline inflation as a target between 2016 to 2021. Now tell me, has it been successful or not? Some time ago itself I told you, before 2016, on an average, inflation rate was 5.7%. From 2016 to 2021, inflation rate on an average has remained at 3.4%. So we have already used headline inflation, and as a target, we have been able to control inflation. So why change? If it is already successful, why should we change it? Let's keep it the same, keep it the headline. Second, the difference between core and the headline. What is the difference? In core, we will exclude food articles. We will exclude fuel articles. Sir, why food and fuel? Simple. Because the food prices and fuel prices are short-lived. Short-lived means volatile in nature. So we are excluding food articles as well as fuel articles in calculation of core. But you tell me, as a consumer, as a common man, don't you think food and fuel will have a major impact on your expenditure or not? I hope you understand. Right? Both food articles as well as fuel articles, are they not affecting all of us? Of course, yes. So RBI says, why should I leave it then? When I want to make a policy, why should I take an indicator which doesn't include food and fuel? I will take an indicator which already includes the impact of changes in the prices of food and fuel. That is headline. Right? So one, it has already been successful. Second, food and fuel prices, right, are affecting a common man. So I should include the impact of both of them. And the third one, right now we are in the process of recovering from the impact of pandemic. Right? We are slowly recovering from the impact of the pandemic. Let's not implement a policy, right, which will have a huge impact on RBI's decision making. I'll repeat it again. We are recovering from the pandemic impact. Let's not make huge changes in the policy making of RBI. Let's recover first. Maybe later, if it is needed, we will have a relook whether we should have headline or core. So these are certain arguments in favor of headline, certain arguments in the favor of core. But again, I'll repeat it. We are still using headline CPI. Headline CPI for policy making. Is it okay? Because we are making our policies based on headline CPI, this is referred to as nominal anchor. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Because we are making our policies, we are deciding our policies based on headline CPI. The headline CPI is referred to as a nominal anchor. What is the meaning of anchor? the one which will provide support. Right, all of you know ships have anchors. Right, what is the help of an anchor? It will provide support, stability to the ship. So what are we using here? It is the CPI, which is used as a tool for us to make our decisions. That is the reason CPI is referred to as a nominal anchor. Right, any difficulty? Can I go forward now? Can I go forward? Okay, so this is the discussion regarding the monetary policy framework agreement. Now next one is effect of inflation. Or before that, let me explain to you why inflation is necessary. Understand this. Why inflation is necessary. And by the way, yes, inflation is necessary in the economy. Inflation is necessary. Right? Inflation is required. Why? Let me start. Whenever the prices will go up from 100 to 110 for basket of commodities, 100 to 110, whenever the prices will go up, this is called as inflation. But whenever the prices will go down, this is called as deflation. Any difficulty? Please do let me know. This is referred to as a deflation. Deflation means what? Price level is not going up. It is rather going down. Right? So whenever there is inflation, price levels will go up. Whenever there is a deflation, price levels will go down. Point number one. If there is inflation in the country, again, good growth rate is generally accompanying it. I'll repeat it. If there is inflation in a country, it generally indicates that there is also growth rate taking place in the economy. Can I go to the next one? That is the first point. That's a reason inflation is necessary. But again, inflation should not be very high also. Should not be 10%, should not be 20%. What is the target for us in India? Target for us in India is 4%. What is the target of inflation in USA? 2%. Remember this. In USA, their target of inflation is 2%. Federal Reserve is nothing but equivalent to RBI. Federal Reserve has a target of 2% inflation in USA. In India, we have a target of 4%. So point number one, why inflation is necessary? It indicates growth. It is indicating growth in the economy. Point number one. Point number two, instead of inflation, if there is a deflation, is it good for the economy? Will it not have an impact on demand for goods and services? Right, sir, what do you mean by that? Imagine from last 1 year, the prices have fallen from 100 rupees to 90 rupees. From the last 1 year, prices have fallen from 100 rupees to 90 rupees. Now, don't you think as a consumer, you look at it and say, let me wait for 3 more months. Why? If the prices have fallen from 100 to 90, it could further fall to 80 rupees as well. Is it okay? If the prices have already fallen from 100 to 90, it could further fall to 80 rupees as well. So what will happen? Demand for the goods and services will be postponed. I'll repeat my statement. Demand for goods and services will be postponed. Is it good for the economy? Absolutely no. It's not good for the economy. Right? And third one, as a manufacturer, you think of it. You started producing the product. The price was 100. 10 years are over. Still the price is 100. 20 years are over. Still the price is 100. Will you change the quantity of production? Think of it. Just apply basic knowledge, you'll understand. You're producing the good. Prices of the goods are not changing. They are remaining same. After 1 year, after 2 years, after 3 years, after 10 years, after 15 years, still same, 100 rupees. Right? Why will you produce more and more? You will not be having any incentive. Underline that. You will not be having any incentive to produce more. Right? That's the reason what generally the companies will do is, if the inflation is increasing, They feel, okay, there is a growth, right? So there is an incentive for you to produce more because the growth is there, demand is higher. There is an incentive for the manufacturers. There is an incentive for the producers to produce more. So now looking at 1, 2 and 3, can we say that having healthy rate of inflation is necessary? Is it okay? Having healthy rate of inflation. What is the healthy rate of inflation for India? 4%. Having healthy rate of inflation is necessary. So again, I'll repeat it, right? Again, follow this. Right? Some of you are saying, repeat. One, inflation is there means it is an indicator. It is an indicator of growth in the economy. It is an indicator of the growth. So why? Why it is an indicator, my dear? Before the break, that is what we discussed actually, right? When RBI will reduce interest rate, money supply will increase, growth will happen, but along with the growth, inflation will also happen. So if there is inflation, there is an indication that growth is there. Second one is, if rather than inflation, if there is a deflation in the economy, it is not a good indicator for the economy. Second, if the prices will keep on declining, demand will further fall down in the market because people will expect a further decline in the prices. And the third one is, whenever there is an inflation, it is an indicator that there is a higher demand. So the manufacturers will have the incentives to manufacture more and supply more in the market. Right? So these are the reasons why we say that inflation is necessary. Inflation is necessary. But what is the impact of inflation? If inflation is there, what is the impact of it? Let's go one by one. One, it will reduce the purchasing power of the consumers. It will reduce the purchasing power of the consumers. Right? What is the meaning of purchasing power of the consumers? Simple. At the same amount of money, how many goods and services now you will be able to purchase, it will go down. Is it okay? Right, your friend is here, 100 rupee. Imagine you have this 100 rupee and the price of the product is 20 rupees now. Price of the product is 20 rupees. So how many units you will be able to purchase? You will be able to purchase 5 units. Simple. But what if because of the inflation, price will increase from 20 rupees to 25? Now using 100 rupee, can you purchase same quantity? Of course, no. Your purchasing power will come down. So inflation will always have an impact on purchasing power. Any difficulty? Any difficulty, please do let me know. Right? And I'll add one more point here itself. Right? I'll add one more point here itself. Have a look at this. Whenever the purchasing power of currency, cash, I repeat, whenever purchasing power of cash will come down, this reduction in the purchasing power of cash is called as inflation tax. I'll repeat it. Whenever purchasing power of cash, will come down because of inflation, this is called as inflation tax. Sir, what do you mean by this? Imagine right now you have this 100 rupee. Follow the explanation. Imagine you have this 100 rupee. Right? You will keep it with yourself. Now using that 100 rupee, you can go to the market. Instead of keeping that, you can go to the market. Price of the product is 20 rupees. So how many units you can purchase? 5 units you will purchase. So rather than doing this, you will keep the cash with you. 100 rupees you will keep with you. After 1 year, right? After 1 year, you will take the same 100 rupee, go to the market. Now you will try to purchase the commodity. But because of inflation, what has happened? Because of inflation, the price of the product already has gone up. Right, sir? Only one commodity. It could be one commodity, basket of commodity. Don't worry. Right? But what is the impact of it? A simple question to you. Can you purchase same quantity of goods in the market using same 100 rupee? Is it okay? Will you be able to purchase same quantity of goods or let's say services using same 100 rupee. No. What does it mean? The purchasing power of this cash has come down in the last 1 year. Value, that is, what is the value of this currency? How much is written on the currency? 100 rupee. The value is not changing. I hope you understand. It was 100 rupee last year, 100 rupee this year. But what has inflation done? Inflation has basically taken away part of the purchasing power of the currency. Is it okay? It has taken away part of the purchasing power of the currency. So when the purchasing power of the currency will go down because of inflation, this is referred to as inflation tax. Okay, so first one is it will reduce purchasing power. Second one, it will reduce real rate of returns. This will reduce real rate of returns. Follow this very carefully. Follow this very carefully. Now, what is this idea for real rate of returns? Let me show you one example. Right, have a look at this. Imagine, right, today for every month, you need to spend 50,000 rupees to purchase a certain set of goods and services. That is, to purchase a basket, you need to spend how much money now? 50,000 rupees. So what you will do, 1 month worth of money, that is 50,000 rupees, you will simply take it aside or keep it on the side and keep it in the bank. And the bank manager says, sir, thanks a lot. Madam, thanks a lot. Because you have kept the fixed deposit with the bank now, I will give you 5% rate of interest. I will give you how much? 5% rate of interest. Which means after 1 year, you will get 50,000 rupee principal amount and 5% of it, 2,500. So total amount of money that you will have after 1 year is 52,500 rupees. But what if I say in the same duration, what is the duration? Today you could have taken the 50,000 rupees, purchased the basket. But rather than doing that, you have kept it in the bank. And the bank says, I will give you 5% rate of interest. For you, your earning is 5% rate of interest. So you will get the 5% rate of interest. But during the same time period, the basket price has increased to 53,500 rupees. That is, from this year to the next year, the inflation rate is how much? 7%. Now look at this very carefully. You could have purchased the basket of goods and services today with 50,000. Did you do that? No. You put it in the bank. After 1 year, you got 5% returns. You earned 5% returns from that. You are very happy because you have got 50,000 plus 2,500, 52,500. Now you will take that amount, go to the market, try to purchase the same set of goods and services. You will try to spend the money in 1 month. That is your monthly expenditure. Will you be able to do that now? Will you be able to take care of the same set of goods and services? Will you be able to purchase the same set of goods and services? No, it is not possible. It is not possible. What has happened? Because during the same time period, the prices of the commodities has increased at a much faster pace compared to your returns. Your returns are 5%, but the price levels have increased by 7%. So how much is your returns? You are not earning anything. In fact, you are spending more money from your pocket now. Is the logic okay? You are not earning anything. In fact, you are spending more money from your pocket. That is, in simple terms, I'll write the formula now. Have a look at this. Real rate of returns. Real rate of returns is equal to nominal rate of returns. Nominal rate of returns minus inflation rate. Minus inflation rate. Right? In simple terms, they will use indicators also, that is acronyms. Real rate of returns is equal to nominal rate of interest minus inflation rate. Right? Your nominal interest rate is how much? 5%. Inflation rate is how much? 7%. So how much is your real rate of returns? Minus 2%, which means you have not earned anything. Whatever earnings you think you have done, inflation has taken it away. Is it okay? Right? Whatever earnings you think you have done by keeping your money in the savings bank account or FD accounts, inflation has already taken it away. Now you'll have to spend more money from your pocket. Right, sir? Can you have a positive rate of returns? Of course, yes. Right? Let me give you one more example. Imagine the nominal rate of returns is 5%. Inflation is 4%. Inflation is 4%. Right? So what is your real rate of returns? 1%. So argument is simple here. Right? Should you by heart the calculation? Please don't by heart the calculation. UPSC will not ask you calculation. Concept is simple. Whenever you save money and invest somewhere, you expect a certain interest. You expect certain returns. But whatever returns you earn, all of it is not your actual returns. You will have to adjust that returns with inflation rate in the market. You'll have to adjust, right? Adjust that returns with, right, let's say, inflation in the market. Right now, many of you or even your parents would have kept a lot of your money in the savings bank account. Applied to current affairs, you'll understand. Many of you would have kept a lot of your money in the savings bank account. How much does a savings bank account offer you? 4%. 4%, right? The banks are offering 4% rate of interest on your savings bank account. What is the inflation rate in the market? 6%. Right? What is the inflation rate in the market? 6%. Prices of the commodities are increasing at 6%. You are earning 4% returns. Are you earning anything in real time? I hope you understand. In real terms, are you earning anything? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. You are not earning anything. You are actually spending more than whatever you are earning. From your pocket, again the money is going. That is a concept of real rate of returns. Real rate of returns. Whatever returns you are basically earning, right? Adjust that returns with inflation. Right? So here is a hint. Here is a hint. Do not keep your money in bank deposits. Do not keep your money in bank deposits. You will not get anything there. Trust me, you will not get anything. And this is just a suggestion. Right? I will not charge you anything. This is just a suggestion. If any of you have any bank loans, if your parents have bank loans, small value, small amount, and you have certain spare money, use it to repay the loans. Use it to simply repay the funds. Why? I'll tell you. In the last 1 year, the Reserve Bank of India has increased interest rate by 2.5%. And you already know the impact. In the last 1 year, Reserve Bank of India has increased the interest rate by 2.5%. And you think they are going to cut it now? They are going to control it now? Absolutely no. Even if they don't increase it, already they've increased, which means the bank which has given a loan to you has already increased the interest rate. I hope you understand. It has already increased the interest rate. So you are paying a lot of interest already. You are paying somewhere around 2% more interest rate. Please be very careful. Okay, done. And this is the impact of inflation. Impact of inflation, which will reduce, real rate of returns. Next one. It will also have an impact on exports. It will also have an impact on exports. How, sir? Let me ask you a very simple question. Very simple question. You're manufacturing the bottle. Cost of raw material goes up. Cost of machinery goes up. Cost of steel goes up. Now tell me what is going to happen to the market price of the bottle. Is it okay? What is going to happen to the market price of the bottle? The market price of the bottle will go up. Inflation means that only. Right? Market price of the bottle will go up. Now, if the market price of the bottle goes up, will your exports increase or decrease? Think of it. Will your exports increase or decrease? They should go down. I hope you understand. They should go down. By default, they should go down. Why? My dear, rather than selling it at 50 rupees now, you would want to sell it at 60 rupees, which is costly for the importer. The importer basically says, no, you are charging me more money now. But you will explain to the person inflation. That person says, thank you, I will not import from you, I will import from somebody else. Right? I'll basically import it from, let's say, China rather than from you. So argument is simple. Whenever a country has a very high rate of inflation, okay, right? Whenever a country experiences high rate of inflation, exports would be affected. And there's a connection to exchange rate as well. Rupee dollar exchange rate. Not today, because I need to explain to you exchange rate. We'll discuss that. Not today, but later we'll discuss when I take up international trade. And it will also have an impact on investments. It will also have an impact on investment. Sir, what do you mean by that? Today, most of you came to know about what is the impact of inflation on your deposits in the bank. Now, don't you think as a result of this, many of you will decide, let me not keep my money in the bank deposits. Rather, I will invest in gold. Because always remember this, gold is always a protection against inflation. They will use a technical term, I'll use a technical term now. Gold is a natural hedge against inflation. Is it okay? Gold is used as a natural hedge. Hedge means escape, protect. Gold is always a natural hedge against inflation. Why? Right? Do this exercise afterwards. Try to check what was the gold price 10 years ago. What is the gold price today? Is it okay? What was the gold price 10 years ago? What is the gold price today? What was the gold price 50 years ago? What it is today? So argument is simple. Gold prices in long duration. That's very important. Gold in long term, prices always increase. Prices always increase. Right? It may not be applicable to other commodities. Gold as a hedge, gold as a protection against inflation always has worked out. Now you have come to know this also. So many of you will now decide, if I want to keep my money, I will invest in gold. I will invest in land, because maybe after 10 years, land prices could be much higher. I will invest in mutual funds. Now don't start typing what is mutual fund. We'll discuss that later. I will invest in government bonds, etc., etc. I will not keep my money in the savings bank account. Is it not affecting investments? Right? Is it not affecting investments in the market? Of course, yes. Right? So these are certain effects. These are certain effects of having inflation. So one, it is reducing the purchasing power. Second one is it will reduce your real rate of returns. Third one, exports will also get affected. And fourth one, the investments in the market will also be affected. Okay? Right? So these are certain effects. Please be very careful. Please be very careful. How exports will get affected by inflation? Inflation means what? Go with basics now. What is inflation? Market price of the commodities will go up. Now let me ask you a simple question. If you are manufacturing this bottle and exporting, because of inflation, the price will move up from 50 rupees to 60 rupees, from 100 rupees to 120 rupees. Do you think you will be able to export more? It's a basic idea. Will you be able to export more? Absolutely no. Rather than exporting, you might experience imports now. Okay? Done. Next one. Then how do you control inflation? And follow the flow here. First we discussed inflation is necessary. Then second we discussed if inflation is there, what is the problem? Third one, how do we control inflation then? First one, we can reduce the money supply. If money supply in the economy is very high, reduce the money supply. Can I give you current affairs example? RBI increasing interest rates. RBI in the last 1 year has increased interest rates, thereby reducing the money supply. Second one, should government can also do that by reducing expenditure. Two ways. They can reduce their expenditures. Second, they can use, I've written it here, they can use income tax rates. They can use income tax rates as well, right? I hope remember disposable incomes. Last Friday we have discussed this. Disposable incomes. By changing the income tax rates, government can change the disposable incomes. If they want to promote growth, right, they will increase the disposable incomes. If they want to control inflation, they will reduce the disposable incomes. Done? So one, RBI can increase interest rates, reduce the amount of money in the supply. Second, government can control its expenditure. Third one, government can increase income tax rates, reduce the disposable income. Fourth one, households will start saving more and more money rather than demanding everything. Rather than demanding more and more goods, households can save more and more money, thereby reducing the demand in the market, thereby controlling the inflation. Fifth one is increasing the production. Increase the production or increase the supply of commodities in the market. Increase the production or increase the supply in the market. For example, you know that wheat production is going to be limited and demand could be higher. So can you increase the supply? Of course, yes. How? Government has stored a lot of wheat. Food grains are already there with Government of India. Let them increase the supply. Even if that's not possible, let's import wheat from external market and increase the supply. So there are many ways, many tools can be used. Many tools can be used by the government, by RBI, etc., 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 to control inflation in the market. Okay? What is the fourth point? People imagine they have earned a lot of income. Rather than demanding a lot of goods and services, let them save more. Let them save more. Right? If they save more and more money, automatically the demand for goods and services will go down. And when the demand for goods and services will go down, automatically inflation will go down. Okay? Done? Can I go to the next one here? This is how you control inflation. Okay? This is how you control inflation. Okay. Next. Other important concepts related to inflation. Other important concepts. First one, deflation and disinflation. Okay, first one is deflation and disinflation. Sir, before you told government will spend on public projects, now you are saying government will reduce expenditure. Did you follow the discussion when I told you how government expenditure can cause inflation? If you followed that discussion, this is easier. Because I said you're basically taking two different concepts in two different contexts and you're merging both of them and asking me, you are wrong. Right? You're not asking me, you're telling me, sir, you're contradicting yourself. My dear, whenever you spend money on infrastructure projects, it contributes to growth. But when I told you government expenditure, government will provide, let's say, subsidies to people. Government will provide welfare, right? Welfare assistance to people. Government will provide a lot of money to people in the form of subsidies. I said in that context, if the money supply increases, demand might increase, causing inflation. So two different contexts. Please do not bring both of them under one thing and start getting confused. Let me start. First difference. According to law of demand, demand is high. When there is price less, then deflation lead to increase in the demand. How? How? My question to you people is, why do you want to bring everything, put it in under one basket and make a khichdi out of it? I was discussing law of demand last week. Right? A law of demand states what? Price goes up, demand goes down. Price goes up can contribute to inflation. Now you are bringing price here, demand here, law of demand, inflation. You are basically putting it and making a bhel puri out of it. Right? Don't do that. Don't do that. If demand goes up, right? If demand goes up, supply is limited, not matching the demand, then it could push the prices up, right? It could lead to prices going higher. That's a precise reason I took an example also. I took 10 kg of onion and I said every one of us has money, want to purchase it. Don't you think supply is remaining same but the demand is going up? Right? So different concepts, you're putting everything under one umbrella and you're creating a bhel puri out of it. And why I'm taking the example of bhel puri, when a bhel puri is given to you, you will not be able to find out which of the ingredients are there. Again, come back to this. Other concepts, let me start with the first one. Deflation, disinflation. What is deflation? Whenever there is a negative growth in the price levels. Negative growth means what? Rather than the price levels going up, price levels are going down. Is it okay? Rather than price levels going up, price levels are going down. I gave you example, let's say 100 rupee now will become 90 rupees, further will fall down to let's say 75 rupees. Right? This is let's say in 2022, this is in 2023, and this is in 2024. Simple question. From 22 to 2024, do you think there is inflation here? Look at it and answer. Right? Do you think there is inflation here? Absolutely no. Price levels have not increased, price levels have decreased. This is a deflation. Many students will be confused between deflation and disinflation. Understand this carefully. Second one, disinflation. Same years, 2022, 100 rupees, 2023, 110 rupees, 2024, let's say 115 rupees. Now tell me, in the second example, is there inflation? Second example, right? Second example, is there inflation? Or somebody says no. Why, my dear? Second is this one. This is the one I'm talking. In the second example, is there inflation? Of course, yes. 100 to 110, 110 to 115. There is inflation. But now look at the rate of inflation. Now please focus on rate of inflation. 22 to 23, what was the rate of inflation? 10%. And 23 to 24, what is the rate of inflation? Around 4.5%. I'm just rounding off. Around 4.5%. So follow this very carefully. Follow this very carefully. Whenever you talk about deflation, it simply means price levels are falling. They are not increasing. They are falling. Whenever you talk about disinflation, you are not talking about price levels. You are talking about rate of inflation. The rate of inflation is actually slowing down. Any difficulty? Let me know. Right? In case of deflation, price levels itself are falling down. Right? Whereas in case of disinflation, price levels are increasing, but the rate of inflation is slowing down. That is a disinflation. Any difficulty in understanding it? One is price levels falling down. Second one is rate of inflation slowing down. Right? So one is a deflation. Second one is disinflation respectively. Okay? Both are different. Do not be confused. Third one, core inflation and headline inflation. Already done. We have discussed. Core and headline inflation already discussed. What is headline? Whenever in the basket all the commodities are taken, that is headline. And whenever you have a basket and you exclude some of the commodities whose prices are volatile, that is called as core. Core and headline. Okay. Now, inflation tax. What is the inflation tax? It is a penalty as the customer will hold on to the cash during the time of inflation. It is basically a penalty on the cash. That is, it's like some of the purchasing power has been taken away from you. The value of the money is not changing. You are having 100 rupee, you will have 100 rupee. Value of the money is not changing. But what is happening is some of the purchasing power has been taken away. That is called as inflation tax. Next one is stagflation. Important, understand this. Next one is stagflation. Now, before explaining stagflation, let me show you this. Focus on this curve now. Focus on the graph. Phillips curve. Right? What is a Phillips curve? I have given the definition here. Phillips curve represents inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment rate. And I'll explain it. Follow the discussion. Okay. Phillips curve, it represents inverse relationship. Inverse means what? When one parameter, right, one parameter goes up, other parameter will go down, and vice versa. That is inverse. Now, what are the two parameters we are talking about here? We are talking about inflation and unemployment. We are talking about inflation and unemployment. Now, I'll explain this. Follow the explanation carefully. Follow the explanation. Imagine a country is going through recession. Is it okay? Imagine a country is going through recession. Now, you tell me, if there is a recession, how much will be the demand for goods and services in the market? Simple, right? If there is a recession, how much will be the demand? Do you think demand will be increasing continuously? Of course no. Of course no. Demand will keep on decreasing. So demand is going down. Agreed? Demand is going down. If the demand is going down, do you think inflation will be high? Right? Come to the second point. Do you think inflation will be high? No. Inflation will be low. Come to the third point now. What about unemployment? If there is a recession in the country, what will be happening to unemployment? Do you think unemployment will be low or high? Unemployment will be decreasing or increasing? Unemployment rate will be increasing. Unemployment rate will be increasing. Now, please focus on these two. Focus on these two. Inflation is low, unemployment rate is high. Can I call this as inverse relationship? Let me know. Can I call this as inverse relationship? Right? How? My goodness. If you ask me how, what is inverse? Let me start with the English now. What is inverse? Inverse means ulta. Right? In your common language, inverse means ulta. Ulta means opposite. Right? If one of the factors is going down, another factor should go up. Now tell me, inflation is going down, right? Unemployment goes up. How unemployment rate will increase? When there is a recession in the economy, right? Do you remember what is recession? Do you remember what is recession? Right? What is recession? Recession simply means, right, basically the growth rate is negative. And when there is a recession, when growth rate is negative, do you think production will be very high? Do you think companies will be hiring more and more people? Absolutely no. People will be removed, etc., etc. So now have a look at this. What is going to happen to unemployment rate? It is going to increase. So on one side, inflation is going down, and on the other side, unemployment rate is going up. Can I call this as an inverse relation? Both are moving in opposite direction? Yes. Let me take another situation. Imagine there is expansion in the economy. Start now. Imagine, sir, say the term mandi hui hai. Okay, mandi hai market mein. Don't worry. Focus on this. Imagine there is expansion in the market. Expansion. GDP is expanding very fast. Right? The demand is higher in the market. Now, when there is an expansion, demand is higher, what will happen to inflation? What will happen to inflation? Inflation will start increasing. Inflation will start increasing. Now, if there is expansion, in the economy, what do you think will happen to employment? Do you think employment, that is people, will be hired more or people will be removed from the job? Just think of it. If production is increasing because expansion is taking place, don't you think more and more jobs would be created? More and more people will be hired. If more and more people are hired, what will happen to unemployment rate? Unemployment rate will go down. Now look at the arrow marks of both inflation and unemployment. Please now look at the arrow marks of both inflation and unemployment. Are they inversely related or not? Are they moving in opposite direction or not? Of course, yes. Right? So argument is, there is this idea of a Phillips curve. There is this concept of a Phillips curve which says that there is an inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment rate. There is this inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment rate. But let me come to the exception to this. Is it observed always? Is it observed always in the economy? Absolutely no. There are certain situations wherein you will see that inflation rate is high. Inflation rate is high. Unemployment rate, I'll simply write UR, unemployment rate. You'll also see certain situations in the economy wherein inflation rate as well as the unemployment rate, both of them are high. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Generally, what does Phillips curve say? Phillips curve generally says if inflation rate is high, unemployment rate should come down. And if inflation rate goes down, unemployment rate should go up. This inverse relationship is given in the Phillips curve. But is it applicable to all the situations in the economy? Is it always correct in the economy? Answer is no. You will also come across a certain situations wherein inflation rate is higher, unemployment rate is also higher, and the growth has stagnated in the economy. The growth has stagnated. Stagnated means what? It has basically stopped. Growth has stopped or stagnated in the economy. So whenever you come across this situation where inflation, unemployment rate are higher and growth has got stagnated, this is called as stagflation. This is referred to as stagflation. Right? The idea of a stagflation is nothing but stagnant growth plus inflation. Is it okay? What is stagflation? It is basically a merger of two terms. Stagnant growth plus inflation. Stagflation. There is a concern that India has been experiencing stagflation. There is a concern that European market is experiencing stagflation. Stagnant growth, GDP is not growing, plus inflation rate plus higher unemployment rate. That is the idea of a stagflation. Now let me ask you a very simple question. Don't you think stagflation is very dangerous? Think of it. Please think of it. Don't you think stagflation is very dangerous? Inflation anyways is a problem. But unlike inflation, stagflation is much more dangerous. As expected, why? Okay. Two of you are asking, why, sir? My dear, if there is inflation rate in the economy, what can RBI do? RBI can simply change the amount of money supply. Change the amount of money supply. Rather than achieving, let's say, 8%, 6% GDP growth rate, you might end up having slightly lower growth rate. Is it okay? Because the money supply goes down, automatically it will have a limiting effect on growth. But in the stagflation, what is the danger here? There is a stagnant growth. GDP is not moving. It has got stuck up at one point. On the other hand, inflation rate is very high. Right? On the other hand, unemployment rate is very high. You want to control inflation, you will have to reduce money supply. But if you reduce money supply, already unemployment rate is very, very high. Growth is not happening. What will you do? I hope you understand. Now you will simply say, Goli Maro, I'll focus on growth. I will promote growth. But now there is one more danger. Inflation rate is very, very high. So how will you address it? I hope you understand. How will you address it? Right? So that's the reason. That is the basic reason why we say stagflation is very, very dangerous. Stagflation is very dangerous. The government of the country, right? So how do you address it then? There is generally, whenever economies will face a stagflation, the government as well as the central bank, both of them will have to create very good policies. For example, one way to come out of stagflation is government should start providing assistance to people. Government should provide assistance to people so that people will start consuming, demand will start increasing. Now many of you will say inflation is danger. Yes, I know that. But look at the flow now. Look at the flow now. If government will start providing assistance, people will start consuming. Don't you think there is a higher production in the market? It will basically lead to right the virtuous cycle in the economy. Virtuous cycle. And once you achieve a certain level of growth, you can automatically, through various other tools which are there with the central banker, control the money supply. They can do that. Okay. So this is right basically the discussion related to Phillips curve as well as stagflation. As well as stagflation. Okay. So next one is a base effect, etc., etc. We'll take it up next class. Is it okay? Right. We'll take it up next class. Don't worry. Sir, you told you will discuss questions. I'll discuss, my dear. I did not say questions. We'll skip it. We'll discuss it. No worries. I'm there here. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning again at 6 a.m. Whether you like it or don't like it doesn't matter. I'll be there again in front of you. Right? We'll discuss. Please don't worry. We'll discuss the questions of previous class, that is previous chapter, as well as questions on inflation. In fact, in case of inflation, we are left out with certain more concepts. For example, we have not discussed the idea of a base year as of now. I hope you understand. We have not yet discussed the idea of a base year. We'll discuss it. Please don't worry. Okay. So certain more concepts are there. Right? That is idea of a skewflation, reflation, imported, wage price spiral. In fact, this is there in the discussion in context of UK. In UK, they are discussing wage price spiral now. Right. So there is a discussion. We'll connect it to current affairs. Don't worry. We'll cover it. Then most of you are worried about base year. We'll discuss the base year here. We'll discuss the concept of base year here. Okay, done. So this is the end of the class for today. Any questions that you have, let me know. We'll address these questions now. Okay, now before I start addressing the question, I will tell you something. You'll put a question, okay? What would happen is, because I'm discussing, the question would have floated upwards because everybody will keep on commenting, yes sir, no sir, yes sir, no sir. Question will go up like this. Right? That is how the system is made. And don't get frustrated. You're supposed to become civil servants. I hope you understand. You're supposed to become civil servants, my dear. Do not get so much frustrated because suddenly I did not look at your question. Right? So that's a reason. Have patience. Always have patience in life. Okay. Stagflation is basically a situation wherein there is a stagnated growth. Stagnated means what? Again, please understand there are certain English terms. Right? I can't start discussing English dictionary now. Stagnant means a growth will stall. Now you'll ask me, sir, what is stalling? Right? So growth will become stalled or stagnant like this, and inflation rate will be very high. Unemployment rate will also be very, very high. Right? So that situation is called as stagflation. Okay. How can you address it? Address it simply means the central banks as well as the government both will have to have a coordinated policy. And please understand, it's not as if there is a formula to address it. It's not a plus b whole square is equal to a square plus b square plus 2ab. So tell me that. No, there is no fixed formula for addressing stagflation. If you come across that, what we need to ensure is slowly and steadily we need to promote recovery in the economy. That can be done by the government. And maybe after certain growth is achieved, the central banks using various tools, they can ensure that money supply can be reduced. Okay. Previous year questions, we'll take it up. Don't worry. Tomorrow, next class, we'll have a discussion on all the questions, inflation as well as the previous year question. Narrow and broad based. Narrow means because of only certain commodities. Because of only certain commodities. Again, please don't get confused with narrow and core. Core means we are definitely going to remove food articles and fuel articles. Is it okay? We are definitely going to remove food and fuel. That is core. Narrow means only some articles are contributing to inflation. Right? It happens, many of the times it happens that food and fuel will contribute to inflation. Can that be narrow? Of course, yes. But apart from food and fuel, what if other articles will contribute to inflation? That is also narrow. But that is not the concept of core then. Okay. Can we have recession and deflation at the same time? Yes, it can happen. It can happen. It can happen. Okay. So today will the inflation data be published? Yes, generally that is a calendar. Calendar is on the 12th. On the 12th of every month, inflation data is published. But I'm pretty sure all of you know this. Yesterday was 12th, and that is basically the holiday, right? It was a holiday, so that's a reason. That's a reason it has not been published. You will come across it today. Wage price spiral, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Okay. You said that inflation will lead to growth. No, I did not say inflation will lead to growth. I said whenever there is an inflation, it is an indicator that there is growth in the economy. Because inflation means it could be because of a higher demand. So in a case where there's a higher demand, generally it means there is growth in the economy. Okay. Okay, done. So let me stop the discussion here today. Okay, let me stop the discussion today. Tomorrow we'll continue. We'll continue with the concepts of certain concepts related to inflation. Then we'll discuss questions from 2 chapters. Then we'll start with the next chapter. Okay. So that's it from my side. Take care. See you tomorrow morning exactly at 6 a.m. Take care.